Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden. I'm CJ and today we are going to be revisiting the inventory app. It has been 2 whole years since the last time we worked on this app. But let's start in a classic style and sing a song. It's been a while since I sang this song, so bear with me. I'm going to do my best. Well, hello friends and welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. Oh, hello friends and welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. We're gonna grow our coding skills one day at a time. We're not afraid to make mistakes or fall out of line. We're gonna break things down, build them back up. We're gonna learn lots of things. It's gonna be really fun. Oh, hello friends and welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. Oh, hello friends and welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. Welcome in, everyone. There was a slight mess up, but I think we did it. Welcome in. And as I mentioned, it's been 2 whole years since we last worked on this app. Is this America's Got Talent? No, this is Twitch Got Talent, or Coding Garden's Got Talent. Okay. So, if you have not heard of the inventory app, that means you're new around here. That means you haven't been here very long. But that's okay, because I'm going to tell you all about it. And then after I tell you about it, we'll welcome everybody in. Yeah. Okay. So, the inventory app started initially as just a tutorial on database design. And so if you check out the YouTube playlist, there's that very first live stream where we modeled a SQL database for a home inventory app. And that's all it started out as. It was just database design. And then we decided, okay, let's try to actually implement this thing. And so we slowly, I mean, there are at least 10 live streams where we slowly started to implement this. But the idea is this would be an inventory app for things in your home. So you could inventory the things in your pantry, like cans of food. For example, baked beans. That's where this bean emote came from. Because when we first started working on it, I was using cans of baked beans as an example. And I'm on computer guy. Thank you for the tier 3 with no hands. And Pablo, thank you for the prime. And I was looking around because I don't have the cans of beans. And actually, I mean, those cans of beans are absolutely expired. I think we threw them all away. But honestly, give me a second because I'm gonna go get a can of beans. I'll be right back. Okay, so funnily enough, these beans expired March 2021. So they expired over a year ago. But regardless, this is the idea of the app. So basically, I have a food in my pantry downstairs. I have food in my freezer, food in my fridge, all that kind of thing. So I wanted to build an app that would let me inventory all of those things and keep track of them. Chet is saying, it's still good. Yeah, so we use this as an example because there's a lot of data associated with this can of beans. And when we were designing the database, we talked a lot about normalization and essentially reducing data duplication. And yeah, I'm gonna give Streamlabs a sub. Give me a second. Because it's kind of sad that Streamlabs can't use the emotes. Give me a second. And it's by Ethereal. Thank you for the prime. By Ethereal? Hopefully I said that right. think I'm doing this right. Good call, SQL Gordster. It does say best buy. There we go. Yeah, exclamation mark beans in the chat. So it does say Best Buy March 2021, technically not expired. And I think the thing is, like, because the can is sealed, it's probably fine. It probably doesn't taste great, but I don't think it's like rotten or moldy. You should be wary of cans that are bulging or slightly open. That means that they've been compromised. Okay, well, we designed this database. Let's do a quick review of the database. First, it starts with the user. So users can log into this app so that they can control their inventory. And then we have an item table. And we talked a lot about normalization, and that's why there's a lot of related tables to the item table. Because a can of beans is technically an item, but if I have 2 cans of beans, they share a lot of information. They share a manufacturer. They share potentially like a purchase date. They share a name. They share a lot of things. They share potentially like a location in my house. But I could have beans downstairs. I could have beans upstairs. So we're storing that info in a lot of different ways. So item is like the general item table. So Bush's original baked beans would have an entry in here as a name. And then a company ID would link off to Bush Brothers and Company, and that would be stored in the company table. But then for this specific can of beans, I would have an entry in the item info table, because this specific can of beans, let's say, was purchased in March of 2020, whereas this can of beans was purchased in February of 2020. And the Shivas, thank you very much for that gift. So these 2 cans of beans would have 2 different rows in the item info table. One that was purchased one date, the other one that was purchased the other date. They also could have different expiration dates. I believe these came from the same box. So yeah, these have the same expiration date. That would technically be duplicated, but the purchase date is different. And then also it's possible that the place that I bought it is different. So let's say I got this can of beans at grocery store A, and this can of beans I bought at grocery store B. Daddy Ray, thank you very much for the bits. Each of the items in the database would point to a different retailer. And I believe we have a retailer table. And Julian, thank you for the bits. Oh, we're in a hype train. If you're going to use this app, I hope you like data entry. Yeah, I mean, we talked about it in the past, but one thing we could do is we could build a mobile app that, and Dynamic Voyage, thank you very much for the gift. But we could build a mobile app that scans items in. We could also, like, I don't know, have like a Windows tablet and hook up a literal barcode scanner to it. And then I could just go crazy. I just scan everything and then automatically inserts it all into the database. Yeah. We can. Yeah, we can. That's the other thing. Like, this project got away from us just because it is so big. And the Shebas, thank you for those gifts as well. My goodness. Look at all the hype. The Shebas gifted 0 subscriptions. That's a bug. That's a bug we need to fix. I'm going to add that to my list of bugs. I really wonder how that happened. In here. That's totally a bug. Gifted 0 subs? What? Okay. So yeah, this is the database. We spent a really long time designing it and also talking about our design decisions, like why we normalize things in a certain way. And I just remember, so we were talking about the retailer ID. What's interesting about this is both, thank you, Nikki Poo, both the manufacturer and the retailer are a type of company. So we actually only have one company table. We don't have a retailer table. And Stas, thank you very much for that gift as well. So, for example, Bush Brothers and Company would get inserted into the company table, but then also grocery store A would get inserted into the company table. The item would reference Bush Brothers and Company. I don't know why I can't remember that. I have to keep looking. Bush Brothers and Company. But the item info would reference grocery store A. So we had a lot of design decisions like that. We have an address table. I mean, we talked a lot about Basically, designing a database like this, there's a lot of considerations that can be made. So we also talked about like, all right, well, most of my stuff is from the United States, but what about addresses that are not the United States? And how do we store those? And I think we settled on a pretty good structure here to allow pretty much any address. So yeah. And then items can have images. Items can be related to each other. And then items can also have a specific location in the house. So I could have downstairs pantry, upstairs pantry, downstairs freezer, upstairs fridge, that kind of thing. And then also for, I guess, like storage and inventory sake, every item has a specific size. So we could build an algorithm that comes up with the most efficient way to store all of this inventory, that kind of thing. The ones that are red actually haven't been added or created yet. So we will have to do that. I don't know if we're going to do that today, but overall, this is the database that we designed. And so then we slowly started working on it. If you look at the code repo, this is a Node.js app, and we're specifically just using JavaScript, Express, and then we're using Objection as the ORM, and we're using connects as for our migrations and as our query builder. And when we first started building it, we did take a poll. So I'll take a step back. So if you're new to this kind of diagram, this is known as an entity relationship diagram. And not everyone who designs databases draws it this way, but in general, like the general idea of this diagram is how you can describe a database. And yes, every square represents a different table in our database, and every square here, or every rectangle here, describes the fields and their type as they would exist in the database. And then this column here describes if it's a primary key, meaning that it's like unique, and a lot of times it's an auto-incrementing ID, or a foreign key. And a foreign key has a foreign key constraint to some other table in our database. So yeah, I would say, like, if you're totally new to all of this stuff, you can go watch episode 1. I describe in detail what all of this means and kind of build it out. Yeah, so the link to the diagram should be in that command. Inventory. It's this one here. So cdg.sh/inventory-app-model. Yep. Cool. So that's our database. And then, yeah, in terms of the code, we first started with just connects, and we started creating connects migration. So we actually wrote JavaScript code that creates all of these database tables and creates all of their relationships. So connects is a tool for it's a query builder. So it's a JavaScript library that lets you write JavaScript code that ultimately gets turned into SQL code. And they also have a way of creating migrations, which essentially describe the database tables and changes to those database tables. So this file right here, this initial migration, essentially creates all of the base tables. So this is creating the user table with all of its columns. And then we made some utility methods that allow us to easily create tables that are similar. So like the country table has a name and a code. The state table has a name and a code. The item type has a name. The shape has a name. So essentially these helper methods we created are like, so we don't have to repeat ourselves. And then we added other columns to those tables. Let's take a quick stretch. Yeah, and so there are a lot of ways to create a database. There are visual design tools. You could use actual SQL code instead of code like this. There's also a method called code first. And this is pretty common with tools like Prisma, or if you're in the .NET world, the Entity framework will let you do this, where you can essentially define all of your classes and models, and then it will create all of the database tables for you based on those models. So there's a lot of different ways to go about it. We went this route, which is essentially we had to define all of our tables and relationships manually like this. And then after we've defined them, now we're going in and creating models that point to those tables. Yeah. And so, I mean, the reason we didn't use NoSQL is because there are clearly many, many different relationships in this model. You could use something like MongoDB, And that's typically what people mean when they say NoSQL. There's a lot of other types of NoSQL databases, but I mean, the reason we didn't use MongoDB is because there are so many relationships. And a SQL database, and Percy, thank you for the bits. A SQL database will enforce those relationships. So we literally have code that says, well, not code, well, when we define the schema, let's see if I can find an example in here. Really, when we say references right here, so references table state. So this is describing the address table, and we are saying that any address has a reference to the state table. So states are going to be like U.S. states. We might even have states for, I guess, other countries, but right now we've preceded our database with U.S. states. But what that means is when I insert an address in here, the state ID must exist in the state table. So let's say Colorado is state ID 42. Actually, I don't know what it is, but let's say it's 42. When I insert a row here, I'm going to set state ID to 42. But if I set state ID to like 1,000, the actual SQL database itself will say, hey, you can't do that because there's not a state in the state table that has an ID of 1,000. So that's an example of a foreign key relationship that the database itself enforces. If I were to use something like MongoDB and something like Mongoose to set up my models, I could do that in application code, right? I could write JavaScript code that says, first check the state table to see if this ID exists, but there's no way to do that at like in the database itself. And that's actually what we're doing here with these like foreign key references and foreign key constraints. So that's why we're using SQL. There's a lot of relationships, and we want the database to enforce those relationships. Isn't this making things slower because you have to find what is ID 42? Well, you don't have to. So think about it this way. Like right now we're talking and describing all of the data, but if I were to build a front end for this, right? So imagine someone is using the app and they need to input a new company with a new address. Imagine any address form you've ever entered in, right? There's usually a drop down that has like the list of all of the states. And so what would actually happen behind the scenes is your front end would have made a request to list out all of the states. So now it has that information. It has every state name that it can show as the label, and then it has every state ID that we can use in the insert. And so a user, let's say, selects Colorado. Behind the scenes, they can't see this. That's ID 42. They enter in the rest of the address, and then when we make a request to our backend, we send over the ID 42. We don't, on the backend, we don't have to do any special lookup. We just insert it with the state ID that they have provided for us. And we're assuming that they selected the correct state ID because they chose it from a dropdown. And again, if somebody was trying to like hack our API and send like a bogus state ID, the database insert would just immediately fail, and we would return an error that says like there is no state with that ID. So it's not slower because we don't have more code that is doing all of these things. You have to think about it from the perspective of like, what is the front end doing? What data is it sending to the back end? That kind of thing. So ultimately, as long as the front end or the person making the request knows that the state ID is 42, whether they specify that or they've selected it from a dropdown, you get it automatically. Yeah, and this is a data integrity is a good term for this because essentially we're making sure that all of the data and all of our tables references the correct data. The other interesting thing that we can do, not interesting, the other aspect of being a relational database is we can have on-delete cascade. I don't know how to describe that or how to talk about that, but it's essentially a constraint that says if I were to delete the state, I don't know if you can hear that, my dog is scratching the floor. Okay, if I were to delete Colorado from this table, because I have an on-delete cascade, any address that references Colorado would also get deleted, and then any company that references that address would also get deleted. Now, you obviously want to be careful with your on-delete cascades, but that's the kind of thing you could do with a SQL database that you couldn't do with MongoDB. Yeah, so I like Lucidchart because it's really good at creating these entity relationship diagrams. Like, look, I can, this isn't the edit version, but it gives me 3 columns. I can type in all of them, and then I can actually drag from one table to the other, and it automatically creates this crow's feet, which actually represents something. So this is a one-to-many relationship. I know you can use other tools, but they're not as seamless for creating diagrams like this. Oh yeah, I totally forgot. No one reminded me that there was echo. Thank you for reminding me. The coding show. No, I had a little bit of reverb on. I definitely had a little bit of reverb from whenever I played the ukulele. Yeah, and what's up, Vishnu? If you check out the frequently asked questions, I have just a little blurb on how to learn to code. Oh, that's not it. What did I just do there? Oh, somebody did the coding garden. Somebody did. Oh no, that was like an auto thing. But yeah, if you check out this piece of the frequently asked questions, this links off to a few curriculums that I recommend. Some beginner courses, and then also some like college courses. And then if you click here, this is a little YouTube video where I talk about it. This is not the be-all end-all. This is just some of the suggestions that I have for you, and it potentially gives you a place to start. Yeah, and that's the other thing is, so Dynamic Voyage is mentioning, so when you set up these primary keys, these are indexes. So essentially when you're querying by that ID, it's really fast because the database has an index on that specific column. So we can query by it, and it's near instant. Yeah. What's up, LFAS? Welcome in. Cascading deletes is, I guess, what we'll call it. And then all your data gets deleted. Yeah, so like I said, you want to be careful with that. And obviously, like, I probably wouldn't put an on-delete cascade on the state table because that could wreak havoc on the rest of my database if some person were to go in and delete a specific state. But yeah. So I didn't plan on changing the tech stack. So I think this is good to talk about because when we started this, the whole idea was this is like an entry point for beginners, complete beginners. No one's asked it yet, but we're not using TypeScript. when I get into the code, I guarantee you there's going to be at least two people that ask a question. Why aren't you using TypeScript? This is targeted at beginners. So people that are newer to coding, maybe people that just finished a coding bootcamp or are in a coding bootcamp. And when you introduce things like TypeScript, and I guess like Prisma, you technically don't have to use TypeScript with it, but it is another tool. I don't know. Ultimately, I chose a lot of the things I chose because beginners, I want this to be accessible to beginners. Now, I realize that Prisma probably is all right for beginners. I haven't used it myself. From what I've seen, it looks pretty okay. But here's my reasoning. The code we're writing here is just like one piece removed from actual SQL code. And so by writing it this way, you're also learning a lot more about how DDL, data definition language, actually works. Whereas if you use a higher level ORM like Prisma, you're not really writing table definitions like that. Now, like I said, you could argue one way or the other that it's actually like easier for beginners because they don't have to do that. But I think one of the main reasons we chose to do this is we want it to be as close as possible to SQL so that you're learning about that, but you're also like learning this tool. Now, I'm essentially justifying decisions that I made 2 years ago, and I may not be doing them that much justice, but that's my answer. That's my answer why we're not gonna like upgrade. We're gonna keep the code base the way it is. Yeah. How would you user input the info for every product? Yeah, so that really comes down to like implementation. Like once we have these API endpoints, you could build an app that does a lot of different things and could make it really easy for the user, like a barcode scanner. So yeah, that's absolutely possible. And I think like eventually that would be fun to demonstrate. Because you could basically take a barcode scan, do an API lookup on some external API that gives us back info, determine if we've seen that company or that product before, if we haven't, insert it in, and then prompt the user to enter in item-specific info, like when does it expire and where did they purchase it. So yeah, that is definitely possible. My eyesight's pretty good. I'm pretty sure I have 20/20 vision. Oh, okay. I appreciate that, Pablo. No, I don't think I saw your message. I haven't been keeping up on my own Discord, which is a shame. But I did see there was a GitHub issue about SvelteKit talking about a lot of breaking changes. So yeah, that's a good one. Let me write that down. We could make a video on it. I think I guess the other thing is like I barely used SvelteKit. So I would have to like learn a bit of it. But we could talk about him. Yeah. What's up, Terawatt? Welcome in. Are you sure about that, Andrew, or are you just trying to rickroll me? Don't go here. Don't go here. You'll get rickrolled. Aren't people new to coding more used to types? I mean, it depends. Like, if you learn from a coding school where you're only doing JavaScript, then you may have never touched TypeScript, or you may have never touched types before. Yeah. Why? Stop it, Pablo. Yeah. Yeah. So Abdu was saying, I think TypeScript is good for beginners. Think about autocomplete everything. Yeah. So here's the interesting thing. So you can use JavaScript with type completion. So we added this little JSDoc thing right here, and then now we actually get, or we should have. Oh, I need to give me a second. I need to install dependencies before we can do this. But also, this is a good thing to show you because there are very likely going to be some vulnerabilities because this was 2 years ago when we last touched this project. So one of the first things we're going to do is upgrade the dependencies. Oh, look at all those deprecation notices. Oh boy. This entire episode today might be us just fixing vulnerable dependencies and their corresponding breaking changes. Regardless, I think I should be able to get type completion stuff now. Just a moment. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So you do make a good point, Abdub, that yes, TypeScript will give you better type completion, and that's better for beginners because like it's built into the editor, but we can get that with JavaScript too. So this is a JSDoc comment that describes what this specific type is right here, and then we get complete type completion on it in JavaScript. We're not using TypeScript at all. So we can still get type completion. I mean, the main argument I have against TypeScript for complete beginners, like people that have been coding for like 6 months or less, is that it's just a lot of extra stuff to code and worry about that isn't necessarily application code. Now, you could take that a lot of different ways. You could say that like once they fix all those type errors, their application code is going to be better and all of that. But it's more hoops to jump through for a beginner. So yeah, Prisma made me forget SQL. Yeah, so, I mean this is really close to SQL. Obviously, like I mean people have written blogs about how this is an anti-pattern and you shouldn't be using something like connects. Why not just use SQL? One of the arguments I have is because we're in JavaScript, we can create like useful, reusable methods for even data definition language. So this is a function that creates a table with a given name that has an ID and a name column. And then I also have a function that will add default timestamps to any table that I pass into it. So, and Donald Backies, thank you very much for the gifts. Appreciate you. I think there's a bug in my my thing. How many? Okay, let's do. Thank you very much, and thank you for all the follows, everyone. Welcome in. I mean, it's taking me. I've been live for 40 minutes, and I'm still talking about the app. But yeah, so essentially we can write data definition language, which is table descriptions, but we can use features of JavaScript like functions and reusable things. I don't know. I think I'm going to stop justifying my technical decisions so we can write some actual code. Yeah. I mean, think about it like this. This is legacy code. We wrote it 2 years ago. I'm not going to rewrite it just because it's not using the latest stuff. It's legacy code. Connects doesn't modify the updated at time when I update my database object unless I modify that timestamp manually. Is this normal? It is, yeah. So Connects doesn't have those kinds of things built in. However, we are using objection on top of Connects, and it does have that built in. So let's see. If we look, for example, at like users, we have a users model. I believe I'm pretty sure we get that for free because we're using objection, which is an ORM. trying to think, but yeah, so Connects doesn't have those things built in because it is just a query builder. Basically, the Connects code you write just gets converted into SQL. So in order to update the updated at column, you need to add that. Unless you add a database trigger, which is separate from Connects. Because you could add a database trigger that says on update of a row, update the updated at column. But yeah. Where do I store things like an email confirmation token reset? My teacher stores it in the user table. We don't have any email reset in here. But if I did have to store it somewhere, I would probably put it in a separate table. It's probably okay to put it in the user table. I think the issue with that, though, is if it doesn't have a value, like let's say the user isn't resetting their password right now, you're just going to have a null value in that column. Whereas if you had a separate table that only had rows for people that are current or users that are currently resetting their password, you don't have null values everywhere. You could literally look at that table. Is there a row? If there is, then yes, they can reset their password. I need to take a quick stretch. I also need to drink some water because I've been talking a lot. Cool. Here we go. So I just saw a chat that says I have the luckiest head of hair. I was thinking about that today. I don't have any gray hair. Also, my hairline isn't receding, at least that I can tell. So, yeah, I'm really lucky. I feel like my hair is thinning, though. You probably noticed that after I shaved my head. Like, it's not as thick, at least early on. I mean, once my hair starts growing more, it'll look more thick, but I don't know. Okay. I need to collect my thoughts. I need to focus. Because if I keep talking, we're not going to have any time to write code. And honestly, I think this is a lot of what happened with in the past. So basically, every time we start working on this thing, I got to explain a lot of stuff, which gets exhausting. So I'm gonna take a moment. Oh. The Rickroll was deleted? Is that what you're saying, Andrew? All right, if I get Rickrolled, I knew it was coming, so you can't blame me. I mean, it's not technically a Rickroll because I know what I'm getting myself into. Oh, okay. So, we could fix it. I think it's literally just it's in my Nginx config to like do a redirect for that subdomain. Yeah. Yeah, TypeScript is cool. TypeScript, yeah, it's fine. It's good. I think like if you have a choice between JavaScript and TypeScript and you're working on a team, you probably should choose TypeScript. I agree with that. Yeah, PNPM is great. And it's a replacement for NPM that caches your NPM installs and then also does links to them instead of copying it to every folder. The She-Boss, thank you very much for a gift as well. Yeah. One computer guy says, given that I have a bit of knowledge with Node, WhatsApp, and Telegram, do I have your blessing to work on a bot for the channel? I'll share the repo with you, of course. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, get it going, and then, I mean, eventually, if you want, I will say we haven't touched this in a long time, but we do have a Coding Garden community organization. This might be a good spot for it. I would say go ahead and start it on your own, and then if it picks up or whatever, and you want to share it and you want other people to work on it, we could add it to this organization, so other people could work on it too. But yes, you have my blessing. Yeah, welcome in, Drew Poo. Glad you got gifted. Why are my line numbers so wide on the editor? I think so I can add things like a breakpoint. I probably could change that. There's probably a VS Code setting for how wide this is. You're right, it's pretty wide. I'm not going to worry about it, though. We have tests in here. I'm pretty sure we have tests. Yeah, so look at this. It's legacy code, but it's still got tests. Let's actually see what happens. This actually will probably fail because I think I have a Docker container I need to spin up. Yeah, so the test failed because it couldn't connect to the database. So I need to start up the database and all that. Yeah, you can do transactions with connect. So transactions are essentially multiple SQL statements you want to run, but if one of them fails, they all roll back. So they either all complete successfully, or if one fails in the chain, then they all roll back to the previous thing. But yeah, you can do that. I almost look like old CJ now. Yeah. That's funny. The only reason I'm not gray is because I'm pretty bald. All right, we are going to focus. I want to say hi to everyone before we actually get into the coding. Yeah. I'll fix it later, Andrew. I'll fix it later. Just remind me on the Discord. Artistic IQ is having a bad request error on registering a user to MongoDB. There's probably more to it. Read the whole error. There's probably something in that error that tells you more. I'll be honest, I was wearing the hat, the brimless hat, because my hair was so thin, and you could see my scalp, but I'm getting to a point where you can't anymore, so. And also, I think wearing the hat so much was preventing my hair from growing. I don't know if that's actually a thing. It might actually be a thing. But I'm at least going to not wear the hat for a month to try to make my hair grow more. Oh, welcome in, Sadan. Actually, yeah, so the series is called Coding Improv because it's improvisation, but Mark Boots had the idea to do Coding Improve. I never responded to it, but I think it's a good idea. Where basically we take all the really hacky code we wrote for Coding Improv, and then we refactor it, and we call it Coding Improve. Yeah, that's a good idea. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that at some point. Yeah, I think we should totally. So right now, let's just talk about the channel and Coding Garden and me in general. Right now, my focus is on creating a course. All of my spare time, not streaming, needs to be spent on creating a course. The last few weeks, I think I spent way too much time I think it needed to be done, getting my Coding Garden archive channel up to date. Now, the archive channel has every single Coding Garden stream. Starting from when I the stream from last Friday, it's here. You can watch it on the archive channel right now. And I was a year behind on uploads, so that's good to go. Also, I did the edit of the setting up a Mac for development, and that took a lot of my time. But other than that, I'm trying to focus my time on creating the course, because for now that's going to be the thing that does the most good for me in terms of money if I want to keep doing this. So how do I make YouTube green? I use this extension called Enhancer for YouTube. And then I go to YouTube Deep Dark and choose the green dark variant. Okay, what was I saying? Oh yeah, I got a lot of stuff going on, and I think until I launch my course, all my free time is going to be spent doing that. But once I get the course launched, I want to spend more time on community stuff and other various things. But for now, I really got to focus on that. Yeah. Do I usually use this font size, or is it only for streaming? It's mainly for streaming, though I have gotten used to it. My eyes are fine. Let's see if I can read that. I can read that. Describe. Get API v1 users. It should respond with an array of users. Async function. Const response equals await super test with our app. Get API v. So I have pretty good eyes, but as a live coder, I want people to be able to see my code, which is why I have the font set to 36 or whatever. Yeah, just look at anyone in the software. I have the biggest font of anyone in software and in a software and game development category. I guarantee it. Find someone with a bigger font than me. I just want people to be able to see the code. Okay, I've almost caught up. Yeah. Yeah, it would be fun to do some stuff on Docker. I just haven't had the time. But yeah. I think we've tried to do Docker 101 in the past, but then I think we just get derailed. Can I give a brief 5-hour lecture on the history and ethics of programming? Okay, yeah, sure. Sure, Tessitura. Yeah. So let's. I think I'm almost caught up on chat. So this is our game plan. We essentially just got through the overview, but don't fret. As we code, I will talk about everything that if the code appears on the screen, I will describe it, and if you have questions about it, you can ask them. But that's the general overview. We designed the database. It's a place to store information about all the items in my home. We talked about it for food products, but I could also use it for like my electronics. So I do various electronics projects, and I have things like resistors and LEDs and wires, and so it would be cool to have those in my inventory as well, so I could determine like what I have and what I need and all that good stuff. But basically, it's a place to store all my stuff. It's written in JavaScript. We wrote it 2 years ago, and we're gonna today get it up to speed. We're gonna review all of the open pull requests. I think we have 5 of them. We're going to update all of the dependencies, so that way there are not... And Stoddy, thank you very much for the 5 gifted. We're going to update dependencies, so that way there are not 23 vulnerabilities. We're going to get this to a point where there are no vulnerabilities in the app. And all of the dependencies are latest, but this is actually going to take some work, because it's possible that all the libraries that we're using, when we upgrade them, they might have introduced breaking changes. And I think before we do all of that, we'll say like start docker/run tests. So we'll spin it up and make sure that at least the tests pass right now. So that way, when we're updating dependencies and fixing breaking changes, we know that we're working with an actual like working code base before we break it. And then I'll let you all vote on what we work on next. I think the last time... yeah, I pushed code from 2 years ago, but actually let's look at the GitHub repo and see what the last piece of code we wrote was for this thing. Push code from 2 years ago. So we created the companies model. So we made some API endpoints where you could insert companies. Yeah, so we have this post route. So last time we made API endpoints where you could insert companies. There are other various endpoints that we need still, so I'll let you vote on what we work on next after that. So that's the plan. Let me just catch up on chat. We'll say hi to everybody, and then we'll get into it. We'll probably do like at least 35 minutes of focus so we can just get some stuff done. Yeah. So the cdg.sh was the speedrun. URL shortener speedrun, this one. There. Yeah, appreciate that, Mark Boots. Sub to the YouTube. I don't ever ask people to subscribe except for right now. if you want to support me, just follow me on all my socials. It helps. It helps. Okay. So right now, any course that I make, I'm gonna put on Udemy. If it does well enough and I make some money and I can live off of that money, I'm gonna spend some time making my own course hosting website. Because basically launching that course and seeing how well it does is like an indicator of like, can I really do this full time? Can that actually support me in my life and all the things I pay for and buy? And if it does, then it makes sense to create my own platform, because then I could make even more money because there's no one taking a cut. I mean, you still have like the credit card processors taking a cut, but yeah. Oh, thank you, the coding show, who says, I love coding. I appreciate you. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is actually a good idea. I don't know how we do it, but right now, the way you could tell is I am basically 3 minutes behind on chat. But I like this idea. Basically, also a progress bar. We could do it. Basically, where I'm at right now versus how many messages are above it. We could do that. Yeah, so the course I'm working on right now, the working title is Full Stack Crash Course. But I might also call it Full Stack Demystified, or Just Enough Full Stack. I haven't decided yet. But the idea is, it is a high-level overview of what is the full stack, and like what you need to know to be a developer or a web developer. And it is focused on beginners. However, I have learned things in the work I've done so far for like planning these videos. So I think pretty much any developer could learn some things from it, but it really is targeted at more beginners that don't even know what it means to have a backend, or are confused on the differences between front end and back end, that kind of thing. And right now the plan is to just have a Node.js backend, but I am considering also building that same backend with something like .NET, or that same backend with various other backend programming languages, just to really illustrate that the backend is ultimately just providing an API, but it could be written in a lot of different languages. But that's the idea. Full stack as a whole. It'll teach you how the web works. It'll teach you how to use a terminal, the very high level basics of CSS, and honestly even just the basics of JavaScript. But it's not a full CSS course. It's not a full JavaScript course. It's a big overview of everything. Yeah. Yeah, and Stoddy, thank you again for those gifts. Oh yeah, that's the other thing, is we could use the inventory app to keep track of all my Pokemon cards. I have a lot of Pokemon cards. It's a good point, Loco, and we'll talk about it when you run the test, but I can look at my package JSON. But yeah, so essentially when you run the tests with Supertest, you want to spin up a test database. Because any of the tests you write are going to affect the database that they're running against. So typically, you do want to spin up a separate instance of the database for your tests. I don't know if we're doing that. Yeah, I don't think we're doing that, but we should. Cool. Oh man, I'm even further behind on chat now. No image uploads yet, but eventually that's the kind of things we want to add. Yeah. How to work with tests right from the start? Is there a library, especially for React apps? When you do create React app, it gets generated with an example test file. It is just a basic test file. You sometimes have to do a whole lot more if you want to do more stuff. But yeah. We haven't done any coding yet, Pip Pip. Welcome in, Klaus. What's up, Leo Leon? Yeah. Is it okay to using a layered architecture with Node? What does layered architecture mean? Learn the benefits of layered architecture. This website has been popping up a lot in my search results recently, and I don't even know what it is. The grammar isn't the best, and it's always really high level with a lot of weird assumptions and sometimes even wrong information. So I don't know what this website is. Anybody else been to this website? Presentation, application, domain, and infrastructure. Yeah, I mean, this is really just putting fancy words on like separating your front end from the API implementation, and then within that API implementation, you have more like business or domain specific things that like map to your data model. Yeah, it's fine to use something like that in Node.js, and especially if you're using something like Express, like you can do whatever you want. Yeah. Heck yeah, you can. Says Moise. Yeah. How many hours of course material? I'm shooting for 4, but it might end up being like 8 hours. Yeah. I want it to be extremely high level, like just enough about all of the little things that, all of the things in development and full stack development that you could then pick any one of them and decide to learn a whole lot more about. But this course is not, this course is all about breadth, not depth. I also think it could be targeted at like first or second year computer science students that, because I just remember when I was getting a computer science degree, I still had no idea what application development even meant. It's probably changed since then, but there was just so much theory and so much algorithms. Like, I basically just learned to code, but I didn't actually know how to build useful things until I got a job. And my goal is to describe all of the various things so that somebody that is somewhat technical could... Adorable Sausage says it's still the same. Okay, but yeah, my idea is like if I would have been able to watch this course when I was in college, I would have had a much better idea of like what I was getting into. So yeah. What's up, Dawson Dota? We're just talking. I'm just reading chat, but we're about to write some code. We're close. Yeah, and so after I get this course out, so really the thing is the biggest market for courses is the beginner market. So like people that are just starting out, they are the main people that watch courses. And so that's what I'm targeting first so that I can make some money. I have plans to do like intermediate and advanced JavaScript. I have plans to do content and courses that are more targeted at people that have been in industry for like 3 or 4 years. But the beginner stuff has to come first because that's going to make the money now. And then that stuff, if it picks up, then that could make money as well. But the issue is like a lot of people that have been on the job for 3 or 4 years, they don't watch tutorials anymore. They just figure stuff out. And that's not true of everyone, but yeah. Just enough of everything. Yes. I'm drinking water. It's water. You can create mocks in Jest. I do believe so. Yeah. What's up, Kason? Kason, welcome in. I like this, Waleed. We could do this today, probably. We're gonna basically, when we go into focus mode, we're gonna be in content creation mode. We're making a YouTube video about how to fix dependencies. Service domain architecture. Interesting. Yeah. Oh, wow, look, this is so relevant to what I just said. I don't know if it was before or after I said it. CNE says, I just finished my first year in computer science, and I still feel like I don't know anything at all to land my first job. I want to do my first personal project, but I feel very overwhelmed, and the imposter syndrome kicks in. Yeah, this is a very common feeling, and I think, I mean, what you're up against is a bunch of opinionated developers. So like all the people and streamers you're watching on Twitch, they're very opinionated, and they've been in industry for a while, so they're going to tell you with absolute certainty that, oh, you should do this, this, and this, and this. But that's based on all of their past experience, and that's based on they've been in industry for so long. What I'm telling you is you should just do enough to get it done. So computer science is very theory focused, but the thing is like most of the jobs, I wouldn't say most, a lot of the jobs out there are actually in web development, and web development is software engineering. A lot of people don't like it when you say that, but front-end applications have complex architectures, backends, APIs have complex architectures. So typically most of the jobs you're going to find out there actually have to deal with web development. So I would say learn some web development stuff. Go find an intro to React course and just build a to-do app. That'll get you the concepts of React, and then you can take those concepts and try to build your own thing with it. And then similarly find a course on the basics of building an API. And then you can connect the two. You can build your front end, you can build your back end. So that's my advice. Build a basic React app, build a basic API, connect them together, and then you'll feel much more confident in your coding abilities and like what it all could do. And also, like, because you're getting a computer science degree, you're probably learning like Java or C# or something like that. You could build a back end with Java or C# and then connect that up to like a React front end. My chair is tilted. Oh, you're right. Huh. wonder if it's the camera or if it's me. Okay. We had to learn that in computer science, it was basically everything you do in enterprise Java and Angular. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing, though, is like a lot of universities have close relationships with larger corporations. So they, in larger corporations, do use things like Java or C Sharp. And so it makes sense from like just getting a job perspective. However, having worked at a large enterprise and having done things like C Sharp, it's fine. I mean, I learned a lot and I made some money, but I like doing other things. Enterprise code can be pretty soul crushing at certain times, at certain points. Nothing in computer science has changed. It's so unfortunate. It's so sad. Dependency injection everywhere. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah. Do I write outcomes for the course? Yeah. So I mean, I'm working on it. So I was a teacher at one point, and I actually got I had a teaching coach that worked with Teach for America, and they use not user the book. What's it called? What's the book called? Basically, every Teach for America teacher learns how to teach or learns teaching methods from that book. Chad might remember. Doug Lemov, I think, is the author. Let's look him up really quick. This is fun to talk about. Teach like a champion is what it is. Yeah. This book. Now, the thing is, this book, Teach Like a Champion, is more focused at like teachers that are teaching like elementary school. So a lot of things aren't as relevant for teaching 20 and 30-year-olds on Twitch. But it has a lot of really good concepts for just delivering content effectively. Champion like a teacher. Low salary, long hours, yeah. But so things like learning about checking for understanding, like just because you said the thing doesn't mean the student actually learned it. And typically when a teacher is asking questions to the class, the goal of that isn't to stump the students or see who was paying attention. The goal of that is to see, did you teach the lesson well, right? Did you teach it well enough that the students can actually are able to answer those questions? Because it's the teacher's job to teach it. So that came from Teach Like a Champion, and that's what I do a lot. I don't know if they talk about like standards and objective-based things in Teach Like a Champion, but that is another thing that I'm pretty big on, where essentially every lesson should have some kind of objective or standard at the start, so the student knows what they're getting into, and they should be written in the right way. There's another thing that I've talked about on stream before, but it's the an example of it is an objective for the course might be define and describe HTTP. Define and describe are two very specific words that you can actually check the outcome of, right? So you can literally test a student on that, because you can have them write a definition of, or like write a definition of HTTP, and also what does it stand for, and that is very accessible. Let's take a quick stretch. Alka is a bot sometimes. Alka is a bot when he's sleeping, and I think Alka is asleep right now. Yeah, and it's very similar to acceptance criteria for like user stories. Yeah, after this question, we're just gonna get into it, and I apologize to anybody that said other things, but here's the thing. Well, actually, after this question, we'll do a speed round of hellos, and then we'll write some code. I can't remember what they're called. Define and describe. Chad, do you remember what are those terms called? Where do those terms come from? It's like a pyramid of words you can use in describing your objectives. Yeah, I'll have to find it. But basically, there are specific words you can use in describing your objectives that make it so that they are testable. So, for example, the objective understand HTTP isn't exactly accessible or testable. Sure, you could like say, oh, well, if the student can define HTTP and but the word understand is really hard to like gauge and really hard to actually test against. But I can say, yeah, it's less actionable. There it is, Bloom's. That's the one. Thank you, Abdullah. Bloom's taxonomy. Yes. And then there's a really good graphic from this one, which I think someone wrote in a Medium article. But this is it. We'll talk about this, and then I'll say hello, and then we'll write some code. But basically, it's basically from top to bottom. So at the bottom are lower order thinking skills, and at the top are higher order thinking skills. And so when you're teaching like a beginner course or like an introduction, it's just a lot of basically knowledge collection. So you're able to define things, describe things, list all of the front-end framework, all of the popular front-end frameworks or something like that, or differentiate between I can't come up with an example, but all of these, actually differentiate is higher up in here, but all of these are just about knowledge. And then as you move up, it's higher order thinking. So you're basically using the knowledge that you have to show that you have comprehension of it. So discuss is a good one if you're working in like a real class of people, because you can say, turn to the person next to you and discuss the difference between X and Y. And the student's ability to actually come up with discussion points is using the knowledge that they've collected. And then from there you get into application. This would actually be like building the thing. So like apply your knowledge of HTTP to build a backend server. And then it goes up and up and up. And the higher you are here, the more you really are demonstrating that you can actually do a thing. But yeah, I like to pull from this list. Okay, I'm done talking about it. I like to pull from this list for my objectives because they're actionable. And then, yes, every video I have in every course video, every piece of the course is going to have actionable objectives. And the other thing I'm playing around with is questions. So I'm starting a lesson with, these are the questions you will be able to answer by the end of this lesson. They're highly tied into objectives and highly tied into like Bloom's taxonomy verbs. But from my initial work, it seems like it's a good way to get people's attention up front that, oh yeah, this lesson makes sense for me to watch or to take or to do because I'm going to be able to answer those questions. Yeah. Oh, we got some instructional designers in the chat. Nice. Welcome in. All right. I'm going to skip all the messages that happened. I apologize. After we get done saying hello and after we get done writing some code stuff, feel free to post a message that you posted earlier, and I'll try to get to it. But right now, we're going to say hi to everybody. So if you want me to say hello to you, you can say hi, hello, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, hi, what's up, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding, hi, vohio, or bogahay. Say any one of these things, I will acknowledge you, and we're going to go back in time to 1 hour ago, where Mark says howdy. All right, speedrun. Are you ready, everyone? What's up, Mark, and Rearwind Soda, and the She-Boss, and Mark Boots, and iRawsome, and Greenie, and TED Talks, and Baobadev, and OK Not Now, and Non-Major Nerd, and What's Up, Excavator, and Ozma, and Sharaf Ed, and Raccoon, and Pablo, and Stas, and Lulz, and Ogazhanya Dene, welcome in, and Cesar, and Phoenix Rising, What's Up, Ryan, and LOL Quanta, and HR Lurk, and Cobra, and Amit Ramesh, and PCM Commanda, and Ched, and Salahuddin, and Velda, and Julian, and No Smog, and Bino, and Leo Leon, and Percy Down, and Walid, and Irving, and Eduardo, and Distant Synths, and Anise, and Lord McGurk, and JK the Vanisher, welcome in. and Calareza, what's up, Procrastinator Mastermind, and Ray, and Namaste Geek, and Katoli, and Elfaz, and Limotes, and Terawatt, and Yamu, what's up, One Computer Guy, and Artistic IQ, and Sudan, hello, Boolines, and Gokai Bluer, and Coding Garden Fan, welcome in, what's up, Tessatura, and VK, and Zolo, and Callie, and Stadi, and Bib, and Veritatas, and Dysfunctional, and Eddie, and Decim Dada, and Kasion, and Sayani, and Yinks, and Battleframe, and Mr. Flower, welcome in, and Calvaria in the Coding Show, and Abdullah, and Age Monkey, and Nephine, and J-Town, and Drupu, and Ark, and Fix, and Carve, and Apex, and American Monka, and Asharchin, and Cookify, and Patch the Bulldog, and J Snow, and Cop, and WebDev, what's up, Guarav, and Vestamir, oh, thank you, I appreciate the compliment, what's up, Mikus, and Crafty Becky, hello, what's up, American 2050, welcome in, everyone. Yeah, it was hard. It's hard to say words. I don't know if I said your name. Catalabelzuli, welcome in. All right. I appreciate you all for being here. Thank you all for any of the follows that have happened. It helps. Yeah, lots of follows. I appreciate you. You're welcome here. We appreciate you. And now we're going to do some things. Hola, what's up, Chai the Coder? Let's get into it. 35 minutes of focus. Oh, that's a good point, Mark. I might have to fix the regex, but welcome. Anybody that said coding hi-yo, I appreciate you. Welcome in. All right. If you're just joining us, this is the inventory app. It's a database we designed that can store inventory of things in your home. And Luis Codes, thank you very, very much for the prime. Twice. we get two notifications for that. It's in the Twitch chat too. That's weird. So yeah, it's a database. We've been slowly implementing that database and then designing an API around that database, and that's what we're working on. But we haven't touched it in 2 years, so let's see if it actually starts up. I do believe we have a Docker container for the database. Yeah, so it pulls from the Postgres image and then tries to start it up. It is dependent on an env. And let me hide my screen really quick just to look at this env. Make sure it's nothing. There shouldn't be anything secret in there because it is... Oh! I forgot that I have that cloak plugin anyways. But yeah, so we have the env set up. It has the database password, user, and DB, and it's going to use all of that to spin up the Docker container and use those environment variables. But then also when our app spins up, it's going to use these environment variables as well. So that should be fine. I need to start Docker. Oh yeah, good point, Abdul, about YouTube. Let me try to do an intro because this will potentially be content on how to deal with a legacy code base. I mean, it's only 2 years old, but it technically is legacy. If it starts, it'll be a small miracle. I agree. I agree as well. Yeah, I have a plugin that hides those environment variables. So anything to the right of the equal sign is just hidden. Yeah, it's a plugin called Cloak. All right, I'm gonna stop this container because I don't know what it is, and it might interfere with ports that I'm about to spin up. Okay, Docker is running. Yeah, the computer fan is running. You can see I'm only at 23% CPU. Sorry. Just trying to get the mic further away from the fans. All right, let's do a YouTube intro and then try to do this thing. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. In this video, I'm going to talk about getting a code base set up and a legacy code base. So this is code that we wrote 2 years ago here on the Coding Garden, but we haven't touched it since. And so I'm going to attempt to first just get it running locally, and then there are quite a few outdated dependencies that I need to update as well. So when we did an npm install, it actually showed 23 vulnerabilities. So the the goal of this video is to first make sure that I can get it running, and then second, we're going to update the dependencies and then fix any breaking changes that might have happened, because in 2 years, all of our dependencies might have had quite a few updates. So that's the plan. Let's get into it. I just started up Docker because this code base does have a Docker file, so I can spin up the database. Let's do that. So if I do docker compose up, that should start the database. Yeah, and it's going to need to pull down the adminer image, and I think I already have the Postgres image locally, but adminer is a web tool for managing the database. Very similar to like phpMyAdmin. I think that's what it's called. Postgres database appears to contain a database, skipping initialization. Fatal, database files are incompatible with the server. Okay, that makes sense. So one of the things we had in here was this volume. So essentially all of the data in Postgres we stored in this folder in the code directory here, so that when I spin the Docker container down, all of our database data is still good to go. It was likely from an older version of Postgres, so I'm actually just going to clear that out. Let's remove the Docker data. So now when the Docker container spins up, it's fresh, and whatever version of Postgres we're running will create its own directory. So let's try that again. Nice. Nice. Okay, so that actually started it up. I think it started it up. Yeah. Yeah, it's doing some initial spin up. Okay. Well, okay. We're good. Postgres init process complete. Ready for startup. Cool. So the database at least started up. Let's look at the README to see if we left ourselves any notes on how to like run the migrations. I guess we didn't, but I do want to do migrate latest. So that's actually going to create all of the database tables. And then I do want to run the seeds because that'll insert the initial DB data. So I'm going to do npm run migrate. That'll create the tables. Cool. And then I believe like we can log into this adminer thing to see if it actually created those tables. So if we look at the Docker compose, adminer is running on port 8090. So if we go to our browser at localhost 8090, we can log into the database. The server should just be localhost. Well, no, DB, because it's a Docker container. We can copy our username and our password. Admin, okay. And then our password is probably admin, but that's fine because it's all local. And then the name of the database is inventory app. Cool, let's go. Awesome, yeah, so we can see, so this is, like I said, it's just a web tool to look at the database. And we can see that it has all of the tables. And when we ran our migrations, it created those tables. So that's a good thing. Let's see what happens if we run the seeds. It worked. So we generated a user that has this, I think it's just like a generated password. And if we look at the actual data here, let's say show data on the user table. Look, CJ is in our database. The other thing that our seeds did were insert things like countries and states. Let's take a quick stretch. So if we look in the state table, we should see all of, we see all of the US states. They have like a code, the country ID that they're tied to in this case, the United States of America. Great, so we ran the migrations, that created the tables, we ran the seeds, that inserted the initial data. Let's see if the tests will run. I'm just gonna double check our package.json to see if there's any other tasks that we're missing. Should be fine. Let's see what happens when we run the tests. Oh, nice. Yeah, this is a good thing. So this is saying the database inventory app test does not exist. So I actually had in my list of things to do is make sure we have a test specific database, because that's what this is going to try to connect to. So do we have a test Docker Compose? I'm curious how we even did that before. As if we just, I'd have to go back and watch the video to see how we did it. Also, I want to take a look at the test setup. So yeah, migrate. That's okay. So we did a good thing when we were setting up the initial tests and everything. It is attempting to look at a test database. Oh, I see. We have an environment variable, Postgres test DB, and then we name it. Okay. So basically, my Postgres container needs this database to exist. I think if we just connect to it, we can run a command to create the database. Yeah. Oh, you're right. Thank you. Yeah, we could just use that emitter. So if we go to DB, we can create. Yeah. That's exactly what we need to do. We just need a database called inventory app test. Cool. And it has no tables, but our test setup is going to create those tables for us. This is the way. All right, now let's see what happens. It's trying. It's trying its best. No way! The test passed. That's awesome. We see a lot of FS migration errors here, but that's great. That's great. So our test pass. Right now, I'm assuming we can trust the tests. So I guess the thing is about a code base, especially if you haven't seen a code base before, you don't know if the tests are good. You don't know if they test all of the functionality. I'm going to assume that we wrote some pretty decent tests. So like this gets the homepage here. The way we have this laid out is an API folder with like each of the different types of things. And then we do have a users test that makes sure we get back an array of users. And then we have a companies test that makes sure, yeah, I mean, they're pretty basic. They're just making sure that we get back an array of data, but that is technically checking the database connectivity and like, can we actually get stuff back? All right, the tests are not very thorough right now, but I'm going to assume that for the most part, they're good enough. And Sure C Web, thank you very much for the reset. Yeah, so we have a states endpoint that returns an array of states, and then we can get an individual state by ID as well. Okay, they're pretty basic, but I think the app itself is pretty basic so far. So I think I can trust these tests. So that's a good thing. We got it running. We can at least run the tests. Now let's try to update the dependencies. So a tool I like to use for that is called npm upgrade. So you can just do npx npm-upgrade. You don't have to do this. You could do it manually. But what this does is it checks all of your dependencies in your package JSON. And Rit Love, thank you very much for the 3 months. So this checks all of your dependencies and then tells you the latest version that is available. Now, I am just going to accept the latest version of all of these, and we're going to fix anything that has broken. Real quick, though, let's actually do a quick lesson on semantic versioning. So if you check out Simver, this is what most libraries use to version their things. And it has 3 numbers. So this is the major version, this is the minor version, and this is the patch. If there is a major version change, that means there are breaking changes, meaning some of the code you've written against an older version, if you upgrade to the next major version or the latest major version, you might have to change your code because they may have introduced some kind of breaking thing. So for example, any of the major version jumps are colored in red. So .env has gone from version 8 to version 16 in the past 2 years. Helmet has gone from version 4 to 5. Connex has gone. I definitely know I believe there's going to be some breaking changes with Connex. I know Connex has changed their website, their docs have changed. We've gone from not even a version 1 to now a version 2.2. So we're probably going to have to fix some of the our Connex stuff. But essentially, any of these ones that are red, there is a major version bump, meaning there are breaking changes. we don't know if the breaking changes affect the code that I've written, because it's possible that I've only written code against pieces of those libraries that are still the same. But we're still going to upgrade to them, and we may have to fix those breaking changes. The next thing is minor version. And that is when you add functionality in a backwards compatible manner. So we can see that, like for Express, we've gone from version 4.17 to version 4.18. That means, ideally, that there are no breaking changes, only new features, and this last piece here is typically for bug fixes. So that's the patch version. That said, not every project follows semantic versioning the right way. So it is possible that, like, I'm going to pick on PG. Let's say PG version 8.7 actually does introduce a breaking change. They can call the version whatever they want. It wouldn't be nice of them to do, but it is possible. So we're going to assume that most of these projects are using semantic versioning, and if we see a major version bump, we can expect breaking changes, but if we don't, we shouldn't see any breaking changes. The other thing to mention is a library that isn't in 1.0 yet, a lot of times uses the minor version as a breaking change bump. So you can see that Yup is 0.29.3, and they've gone to 0.32.11. And typically a library, before they get into 1.0 is usually like a major version. Before that, there usually are breaking changes with even a minor version bump. So that is something you have to be careful of. Regardless, I'm going to upgrade all of them anyways and then fix any errors that happen. So I'm just going to click yes on all of these. And that's going to, when I'm done with this, that'll update my package.json. And then after my package.json is updated, I will do an npm install to get the latest version. Then we'll try to run the tests and see if we run into any breaking changes. Let's go. Cool. So once I've done that, now my package.json should have all of the latest versions. Here. So all of these got updated, but now I need to actually do an npm install to get those latest versions. So let's do that. Hopefully we see less deprecation errors in the console. Earlier when we did an npm install, tons of deprecation errors, and also it said we had 20-something vulnerabilities. So let's see what we got now. Yeah, and Pablo makes a point. They're saying in Semver, any version below 0, you can introduce breaking changes, and it's still Semver. So like Yup in this instance likely introduce breaking changes even with a minor version bump because it's 0 point. That's a good sign. So now we updated all of the dependencies, we did an npm install, and now there are no vulnerabilities. That's awesome. Let's run an npm test. Now it's possible that there are no breaking changes that I'll need to fix. I would say it's unlikely because it has been 2 years, but let's see. Let's see what happens. Okay, we'll have to fix this. So, error while executing this specific seed. Input syntax for type integer. Cool. Yeah, so this is a breaking change with connects. So I'm going to need to go look at the connect stocks and then update my code here to fix it. And this specifically is in the seed. So let's look at this file, which is going to be in db seeds initial beans. And then it had an error. Do we get the line number? We don't get the line number, but it is attempting to insert into the companies table. So we can see right here, we're inserting oh no, we're querying the database to get Tennessee and USA because Bush's Baked Beans is based in Tennessee. Yeah, so in our seed, we're looking those up in the database. So that we can do an insert of the company with that given thing. And then the error we're getting, invalid input syntax for type integer ID1. And that is when we're inserting it into the company. This is a breaking change. So it used to be that when you say return, I think when you say returning ID, it used to be that it actually would just give you that value as a standalone value. So like literally a number. But it looks like the database is actually returning an object that has an ID property. So really, this gives me back address. But when I say returning, it includes the property ID. So this address ID needs to be address.id. I think that's the fix. Let's run the tests. Okay, it at least got past the seeds. That's a good thing. Hey, test pass. But it does say a worker process has failed to exit gracefully and has been forced exited. This is likely caused by tests leaking due to improper teardown. Try running with detect open handles. We might have gotten this error before, and I think it's because we're not disconnecting from the database. Let's just try to fix this. So if we look at the teardown tests, we are doing db.destroy. And if we look at DB, it's exporting a connects connection. Let me give it some type completion so I can see what methods are available. So right now in this DB file, connection. I actually don't know if I want param. There's a way in JSDoc to give the type of the variable. Is it just at type? Let's try it. Nice. Connection dot client dot. Okay, so this is actually a connects dot client, I think. Yeah. No. Default? Is it connects.capital K connects? That's it. That's the one. So let's say I want to query the user table dot where ID. Yeah, okay. That's right. So now that I added this type definition here, over here in teardown tests, I should get some type completion on my DB variable. So destroy is a thing. Is there like a disconnect? How were people productive before TypeScript? Just looking at the docs. Okay, I'm gonna try to stop doing this by just looking at that, and I'm gonna go to connects and search for like disconnect. These are all bugs. I guess we can look at the docs for destroy. Interfaces. Disconnects. Like disconnect. I didn't have type for completion for disconnect, so I'm assuming it doesn't exist. It looks like it is destroy. I want to find it in the docs. Why can't I find it in the docs? Close might be another one. Let's try it. Doesn't have it. So we are awaiting it, so I would assume we don't have to pass a callback in, because they have an option that passes in a callback. Why is this complaining? Okay, so that's another. So we ran the test, but we also need to run our linter and fix any linter errors as well. Maybe not close on the DB, but on the connection. So that seems fine. Let's run this detect open handles to see if it gives us a better idea of what is still running. I don't know why I keep doing this. DB, I'll try db.end. Let's see. Not a thing. It's trying its darndest to detect those open handles, but it's still running. Try it without that. Cool. Yeah, it is adjusting. I'm also curious, like, is teardown tests even running? Let's just log. And if it's not, then that might be one of the breaking changes. Maybe we need to change the name of the file or something like that. You know what I need? So I think this is the issue. These tests, I believe, are running in parallel, which means every single one of these tests actually has a separate database connection, and I need to release each one of those. So I think what I need is, instead of teardown tests, after each individual test has run, I need to disconnect its specific database instance. I think. Can anyone in chat let me know, like, if you've used Jest before? Like, am I right in saying that these are actually running in parallel? Just after every test. says they set up tests. I'm wondering if I'm referencing this file somewhere. Setup tests, or is it just... Here you go, global setup. Thank you, Shiva. Let's see if this Stack Overflow has anything. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I want to get into actually like wrapping the database connection. I'm hoping it'll be easy as like after each. Let me see if they have anything about, well, not that. I'm looking for the setting global setup. It's going to be in setup tests. Maybe just run one test. I like that idea. I think I can do something like... will that only find the one that has the word addresses in the name? Yeah. So I don't think I need a done after, so I mean, I could try it after db destroy. So what we saw earlier is that that's not running until after all of the tests are done and we saw the output. So earlier, I see this output before I see tearing down tests, which makes me think that for each one of these test files, I need to do the disconnect. I just wanted to be able to do like a after each inside of here, but I don't know if I can do that. Let's go back to the global setup. This is saying it can be an async function, so it'll technically wait on it. Let's see, Terawatt's got another Stack Overflow. We'll figure this out. We will figure this out. I believe my test cases are using async. Let's take a look. Like we'll look at the addresses test because that's still has that same issue. So yeah, we have an async function, does the thing, and then runs an expect. So I think we have at least that one right. I mean, so I guess what we could do is right here, I think we can say after each, we could grab the DB. The thing is, I don't want to update every single one of my test files with this. I want a way of specifically doing it globally so that it happens in every other file, which I don't know if that's actually, you're able to do that. I guess if I just do after. Yeah, I mean, it would be easier if tests were in the same file, but so that fixes it, right? That's kind of what we want. The issue is this is a somewhat large code base, and it's going to get even bigger. So the way we have this organized is each specific piece of the API has its own test file. If it was all in the same file, it would be too unruly. This is what we need, but I don't want to have to go and put it in every single test file. Is there a way to run something after every test? Like, actually, I mean, let's just try this. Can I just put this code in my setup file? After each is not defined. Okay. Jest. Global setup after each. Well, thanks for that. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. Global dot after each. I mean, that's technically just using the Node.js. That's literally like window dot, but in Node. Let's see what this gets us. Global dot after each is not a function. This is from 2018. Setup files after env in JSDoc.config. All right, let's look in our Jest config. A list of paths to modules that run some code to configure setup after the testing before framework before each test. Okay, so this is what we want, and we're going to call this source slash tear down db. Actually, we could call it like after each .js. And yeah, we pass it a path like that. So now I will add a new file. Called after each.js. And inside of it is where I want this. Rock and roll. Okay, so now, if I run all my tests, let's see if they work or pass. So I mean, now it fails because so this actually isn't what I wanted, because they are sharing the same connection. Is there like an after all? How do I make this look so easy? I mean, I've been debugging for like 20 minutes. I don't know if I make it look easy. Do I make reading the Stack Overflow response and then doing the thing look easy? Is there a global that after all? After all. Yes, that's what we wanted. And then actually, like our teardown, we don't really even need anymore. After all, you're my Wonderwall. We're gonna leave this empty for now and then not even do it here because we're already doing it in the after all. I want a better name than after each or after all. Like, this is technically, let's look at our just config. What is the property called? Setup files after env. That's what I'm going to call this file. Setup files after env, because then it matches the property there. And then in our just config, we'll point it at setup files after env. All right. This is it. Hey, maybe I did need it in the teardown as well. So technically I need it in both places. That doesn't make any sense. Oh well. Great. 2 hours of stream. We've done it. All right, let me see if we did everything we wanted to do. Yeah, so, I mean, it actually is kind of amazing that we only had one breaking change. Yeah, that's kind of amazing. Let me summarize that for the YouTube video that I'm going to create. So, I've gotten the app running, the tests are passing. We actually only had one breaking change. And it had to do with how Connects was returning data, so that's awesome. Yeah, it's actually kind of amazing that there was only one breaking change. I think the one last thing I need to do is I do need to run the linter, because having upgraded to the latest version of ESLint in the ESLint Airbnb config, it's possible that there are some new settings that my code doesn't adhere to. Yeah, like that. So let's do a fix to see if we can great. And so that automatically updated all of those files except for this one, the addresses.test. That didn't open VS Code, but that's okay. This one, and this is just saying that the DB variable is not used. And that makes sense. Right, our linter is good to go. Cool. So all of these files that are not the JSON, the package JSON, they got updated because of a linter rule, which is fine. But then actually we are getting this this rule here. Import no import module exports was not found. Let me see if I can fix this really quick, and then we'll call it a wrap, and then I'll take a quick break and all that. Okay, so what was it? Definition for rule was not found. You're probably right, Veritatas. Let's just do a window reload before we even look any further into this, because it's possible that I did an npm install after launching VS Code. What's my favorite VS Code extension? Probably like ESLint and Prettier. Like they make sure my code looks good. It's formatted well. That was it. Yeah, I think that's all we needed was just a quick restart. Awesome. Okay. For good measure, let's run the test one more time. Cool. All right, let me do like a summary so I can in the YouTube video there. So we got the app running, we updated the dependencies, we fixed a couple of breaking changes, we also fixed some test issues that were just warnings, but I'm glad we fixed them. And we've done it. At this point, we can actually start working on the code base. I will say that in the real world and in larger code bases, if you were to update the dependencies like I did, it's very likely that you will have more breaking changes. And really, one of the things you want to do is go to the change log of any library that you're upgrading and see what those breaking changes are and see how they're going to affect you. I was okay with completely replacing all of them because I wanted to fix them for this video and for the app itself. But just know that if you upgrade your dependencies like I did, it's likely that you'll run across more broken dependencies. All right, that's it. That's all. Thank you for watching this video. Hopefully it was helpful to you, and we'll see you in the next one. Okay. Great. I'm going to push this code up. Update dependencies. Let me fix this. Fix linter errors. Fix test warning. Cool. All right, I need to take a quick bio break, but then when I come back, we're going to review some pull requests. And actually, I mean, it probably would have been nice for me to review those pull requests before I push the code up, but okay, so there are open issues. And then there's only one pull request. Okay. Look at this. They fixed it for me. I should have looked at this earlier. Let's see what they did. Oh, I see. They updated each individual test file. Cool. So we did it the better-ish way, I guess. So I'll close this and leave a comment and let them know that we did that. Awesome. And then we'll take a look at the issues when I get back. Thanks for this. We'll get there. Sorry for the late response. I was able to fix this in a single setup file instead of each test. Closing this PR. I'm going to link to the file that I updated. Yeah, thank you for that, the Sheboss. Basically, when I do GSS, that's get status period. And then when I do push, that's get push -u origin master. And when I sorry, GSS is get status. When I do GAA, it's get add all. Those are all aliases to actual get commands. I am going to link to the file that we updated in here. Someone solves a problem after 2 years. Thanks. It's really unfortunate. Like, I try my best. I don't know. Like, it's hard to keep track of all these repos and all these projects. And then in here is where we specified it. This one. Okay. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. When I come back, we'll review the issues, and then we'll vote on what I... so we did... Let me see. We did that. We'll vote on what we're going to work on next. So having looked at the code base, I mean, we actually could update the test files. Like, we could write some more robust tests, because it looks like each of those test files are really just testing the get. It is also possible... Let's look at it, though. So if we look at our addresses... at our address endpoint, we have endpoints that query all of them, and then we have an endpoint that creates an address. If I want full test coverage, I would want to test the insert as well, because right now I'm not testing the insert. So that's a potential thing that we'll work on when I come back, is better test coverage. And that would be fun as well, because we can look at the view test coverage report, and that will literally tell us that, hey, you're not testing that post route. The other thing we could do is pick an endpoint to start working on. So 2 years ago, the endpoint I believe we wrote was for companies, where you could get all companies and create a company. I believe this is using like JSON schema validation. So that's fine. But we could pick another database table and start working on the backend routes there. So let's mark that as well. Route to start. And then the other thing we could do is work on existing API route. Cool. Yeah, someone asked about the emojis that I use. I don't use a lot of them, but yeah, the sparkles usually means new features. I usually put a package emoji if I'm upgrading dependencies, upgrading packages. The bug emoji is if I'm fixing a bug. That's mainly it. And then initial commit has like the party emoji. Yeah, and then if I update the README, I usually will do like a book emoji. Cool. Oh, you don't see the mic? Are you saying the microphone? It's right here. Actually, if you look hard enough, it's right behind the it's right behind the garden. Yeah. All right, I gotta take a bio break. I'll leave you with a video. Actually, I'll leave you with a pretty relevant video. I'll be gone for 5 minutes at most. Well, I'll be gone as long as it takes for you to watch this video. But this video is the first time that we inserted baked beans into our database. Yeah, this historic moment. And this is from a couple of years ago. But when this video is over, I'll be back and we'll let you vote on what we're going to do next. So see you soon. See you soon. Garden with CJ. We are here in a historic moment where I am actually going to insert baked beans into our inventory app database. You can see everyone spamming the chat with beans. This is a historic moment. Essentially, when I click send, it's going to send this data to my backend API, which will in turn insert these baked beans into the database. It's taken us 4 months to get here, but this is a historic day, so we have some dramatic swelling music to get us there. Here we go. Insert into null value user ID violates not null constraint. Dang it! It didn't work. We have to. So right now we have to. Right now we have to just hard code the user ID. Yeah, F in the chat. We're gonna hard code. Thank you, YouTube content. We're gonna. Oh, and thank you very much, Callum, for the gifted sub to Smiley. We're gonna hard code the user ID one, and just hopefully this works. All right, we're in no edits. We're gonna leave this. We're gonna do the same thing. Let's see some beans in the chat. Are you ready? Beans in the chat right now. User ID is an invalid additional property. You know what? I want my beans back. We just need to add it to the schema. It's an optional property. Oh, buddy. We'll get there. We'll get there one day. You know, there's a lot of things we got to do in coding. Is this a break? Okay. Let's also, like, while we're here, let's go ahead and just add a to-do. To-do, set user ID by logged in user. All right, this is it. This is it. For real this time, this is gonna work. Are you ready? thank you, everyone. It's been a long way. We made it. We literally have beans in our database now. I mean, this is why we started the whole thing. Just for the beans. Thank you, everyone. So good. And while you're here, if you have a bean, drop your beans while you got them, everyone. All right. 121 days later. We've got beans in our database. All right, that's it. Thank you for watching this video. Thank you for experiencing that moment with me. And I'll prove to you that it worked. Now, instead of a post request, we'll do a get request, and we should get back. Look at those baked beans. Beautiful. Mwah. Mwah. All right. And also, I'll mention that this is a meme that's a part of a larger scheme of things. The inventory app, which you can check out in this playlist. We've been working on this database for a long time. We designed it, but now we're here. Thanks for watching. I'll be back in 1 second. Hello. I'm back. Do this number. Cool. Yeah, so that I mean that video was from 2 years ago. You're saying I should be sponsored by Bush's Baked Beans. I mean, they're a pretty well-known bean company. I don't know. Oh yeah, let me fix the audio delay. Check. Okay. So this is also a good sign. So you may have noticed earlier whenever I loaded up the GitHub repo, I had a warning here about my dependencies, but because we've updated the dependencies, and now if we do an audit, we have no vulnerabilities, it's a good thing. Okay, so I mentioned I was going to let you all... Really? Check. It should be all right now. Okay, I'm gonna let you all vote on what we do next. Let's run a poll. Increase test coverage. I mean, honestly, this is something we probably should have done before upgrading dependencies, but the more tests we add, we'll fix breaking stuff if it was broken that we weren't testing before. So increased test coverage is one thing we could do. We'll say start another API route. Let's look at the DB model and see what table or what backend route we haven't done. So we have companies routes, we have address routes. I guess the other thing is, I thought we had some like sort of like Swagger documentation going. Looks like we don't. So we could also work on that. All right, we have addresses, companies. We very likely have items because that's how we inserted the baked beans. Really, I think the main thing we would need to work on is like an update route. So let's say like, because right now, for instance, on companies, we can only create companies, but we can't update companies. So we could work on that. I would say update route for one of the existing endpoints. So update companies or update items. We probably just have get by ID, and then post. Yeah, I guess the other thing is auth middlewares. Because right now, all of our routes are just completely open. We do technically have login routes. So you can technically sign up. We'd have to revisit all of this. And you can sign in. But none of our routes are using that authentication information. So we could create some auth middlewares and lock things down. Lock down. There is no front end code. It's all back end. I mean, we could start on a front end. I would want to get at least auth working on the back end before we even start on a front end, though. And then was there anything else? Can anyone think of anything else we could do? Oh, yeah, yeah, let's say set up Swagger docs. So Swagger, and actually it's an open API, is a way of describing APIs. And we could set that up so that it's somewhat automatic. I mean, let me see. Did I do anything with Swagger in here? I don't have any. Yeah, there's nothing associated with Swagger. But one of the things we were doing is creating JSON schemas. So for instance, our users model, we have this JSON schema that describes the properties of a user. And what's nice is we could reuse these JSON schemas in our API doc generation. Yeah, so I think Swagger got renamed, or I'm pretty sure it's Open API. Pretty sure it's the same thing. All right, you have 5 minutes to vote. So vote, and in the meantime, let's talk. I'll answer any questions you might have in the chat or anything like that. What's my opinion on Quick? It seems cool. We can talk about that real quick. Real quick. Basically, is it? This isn't it, is it? Oh, that was it. And it's by Mishko Hevry, the guy that created Angular. But the idea is, it's like only the JavaScript you need when you need it. So instead of shipping an entire big JS bundle, it very specifically only loads the JavaScript when it's needed, even for elements on the page. So it's not just like lazy loading of pages, it's lazy loading of even components and elements on the page. It's pretty cool. And it's an interesting solution to getting pages to render faster and work faster, because you're basically only doing the minimal amount of work that's needed for any given user that's using the website. So it seems cool. Should these bigger ongoing projects be transitioned to a GitHub org so that you could get others to help? And Kotozu, thank you very much for the Prime. Yeah, I'm not opposed to that dynamic voyage. I mean, I'm going to add it here so I can... I'm not going to make the decision now, but it is a good point. because we do have the Coding Garden community organization, and there are a few people, I don't even know if they're still active in the community, but they have like admin access to the organization, and then that would make it so that I don't have to manage everything myself. Yeah. Any plan on taking the front-end Minter challenges? Don't know what that is. Oh, this website that has a bunch of challenges. No, I mean, this would be fun to do because I don't do a lot of design or CSS work, or I haven't recently anyways. So yeah, one of those would be fun. Yeah, we're still using Yup, and so for example, like in our auth routes here, we're using Yup to create a validator for when a user logs in and when a user signs up. We could switch to Zod. I know that's a really popular one. And what's up, Max? What do I think about Marco? It's cool. It's cool. I believe it's from people that work at eBay. They also have some very interesting ideas about front-end frameworks and how things should be marked up. I mean, it's called Marco. It's literally called Marco. But the templates look cool. The JavaScript looks minimal. It looks very minimal. Very similar to how minimal like Svelte looks. Seems cool. Yeah, I mean, I think that you make a good point. Okay, Otter. Like that's why like I for the most part wanted to do everything on stream, because basically no code was written for this code base off stream. Not this. This. All of this code was written on stream. So, I mean, you could go back and watch any one of the live streams and see where any of this was written. It's a tall order because there's like 12 videos, all 3 to 4 hours in length. But technically, you could go back and watch me do the thing. And I think also one of the goals was eventually, once we like somewhat finish it, is I could just create a standalone course building this like without a Twitch audience, explaining as I go. And that could just be like a paid course. But yeah. Yup is a schema validator. Yeah. It's good to know, Andrew. It's good to know. Yeah, we looked at Quick just now. Like, I've only watched videos on that. I haven't tried using it. It looks great. Mishko Hevery has been doing the rounds, though. He's been on a lot of live streams and podcasts lately talking about Quick. It's cool. It's cool. Yeah. King Coding says, I'm working on a backend in which security is a big concern. What do you think the best way to handle access tokens and refresh tokens in the client? We're using Flutter. We need to handle revoke access token too. All of the auth was written from scratch. Like you're not using any sort of like auth framework or auth library or auth backend service. I'll come back to this in a second. Auth middleware is one, but let me make sure we haven't created it yet. Yeah, so right now we just have a not found and an error handler middleware. I don't think we have a is logged in middleware. So that signs a token. Cool. They don't exist. So that's the one that won. That's what we're going to work on. So essentially, we're going to create some express middlewares that we can put on any route, and we can make it so that you have to be logged in to call a specific route. And then the other thing is we can start locking things down by creator ID. So for instance, if a specific user created or inserted an item, we can lock it down so that only that user can update that given item. Though I don't know if we'll have to talk about that when we get there. But auth middleware is one. Let's talk about this. So King Coding says, I'm working on a backend. What I think is the best way to handle access tokens and refresh tokens. You say on the client, but all of that's handled on the back end. So, I mean, you're gonna need to have a DB structure that stores like refresh tokens, so that an access token could be revoked or replaced or regenerated. I haven't implemented this stuff from scratch before, so I don't have a good answer for you. I know like a while back when before Binawad was creating meme style content, he did have some good videos on token security. Well, I haven't been using, I mean, before this video. I think he did one on refresh tokens. This is the implementation. I just remember he had like a really good diagram describing how you could revoke tokens. But yeah. My answer is I don't have a good answer for you because typically I'm using some sort of auth provider that handles those things. 5-minute access token in memory and 7-day refresh token as an HTTP only cookie. Cool. Let's go with that. Support has the answer. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we started the auth from scratch. Yeah, just to talk about how it all works. Keep the access token short and the expire token invalidable. Quick stretch. For now, I have a refresh token table. Yeah. I would say like eventually we'll probably get into that in our database here, and I haven't designed that yet, so I don't have a good answer for you. And I'll do some research before I design it to make sure I make good decisions. Yeah. CSS seems scary. These days, as long as you learn Flexbox, maybe a little bit of grid, it's kind of all you need. These days, anyways. Well, welcome back to Coding Show. Yeah. Okay. Auth Middleware's 1. Let's get into it. I'm so happy to hear that. That's all I need for CSS. I mean, yeah, it's like every modern browser supports Flexbox. Can I use... look at this. The CSS flexible box layout model. It's supported everywhere, and no one is really using IE anymore. So you can just use Flexbox. I mean, floats are interesting, and you can get things working with floats, but I feel like they're not as intuitive. They're not as predictable as Flexbox. You can do most things with Flexbox. And then also CSS Grid is supported most places. Look at this. Literally everywhere, except for Opera Mini. But who's using Opera Mini? Or the Baidu browser. But who's using that? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it used to be for layouts, you might use something like tables, lots of floats, but these days, Flexbox is everything. Yeah. Okay, I don't even want to think about refresh tokens right now, but we will do it eventually. Let's talk about middlewares. So can I just, let's do a quick poll of the chat. What do you know about middlewares? Everything. Only used others. Create my own all the time. What? You have 1 minute to vote. I just want to get a feel for what people know about middlewares. And it's okay if you know nothing. Yeah, it's absolutely okay to just say, what is that? Because I'll tell you what it is. Google changed their cloud OAuth structure. That was very fun. Oh, are you saying for like if you have an app that uses Google OAuth, you've had to update it? And Trust Codes, thank you very much for that raid. Welcome in, raiders. We're doing a poll right now. If you hurry quick, you can answer the poll. We're about to talk about authorization middlewares. Essentially, we're going to be creating backend middlewares that prevent users from doing things unless they are logged in. Well, that's unfortunate to hear, Terawatt. I have some older apps that do use Google Auth. I haven't updated in a long time. Yeah, I mean, I think so. If you go back to one of the videos, one of the main reasons we did Auth from scratch was to talk about all of the Auth concepts. So talk about logging in, signing up, and now we're getting into like authorization. Let's see. Didn't we do Auth somewhere in here? I honestly don't even know what video it was. I don't even know when we talk about this. Is that Twitter link the one about the GitHub thingy? Okay, so what one? So we're going to first talk about what are middlewares, why you might need them, and then we'll implement them for authorization. Oh yeah, but welcome in, Raiders. Shout out to Tross. What were you working on? Marble Run. Is that a game you're working on? but welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Let's talk about middlewares, and we'll do a focus mode. I think we can get it. Oh, not 115. Focus in. And I think maybe I'll try to turn this into a YouTube video as well. So let me come up with a to-do list. The coding show says, I'm so used to watching the VODs, I don't even vote. Yeah, I think it's fine. Like, honestly, if you don't care, if you're just going to watch anyways, you don't have to vote. That's totally fine. So, what are middlewares? That's the first thing we're going to talk about. When do we use middlewares? When and why? How do we register middlewares? In Express. I'll show you. And these are pretty much the questions that we're going to answer. Okay, here we go. Yeah, you can chain middlewares too. Let me open up the Wikipedia on middlewares, because middleware is a general software concept. We specifically are going to be implementing middlewares in Express, which is a backend framework for Node.js. And I mean, what's nice about Express is literally everything in Express is middlewares, which I will talk about. Cool. Middle out compression. All right. Oh yeah. So we'll talk about order. What order are middlewares executed in? Cool. Middle. All right. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. In this video, we're going to talk about middlewares. First, we're going to talk about the general concept of middlewares, and then we're going to talk about actual application inside of Node.js and Express. So if we look at Wikipedia, middleware is a type of computer software that provides services to software applications beyond those available from the operating system. That's not what we're doing. Middleware makes it easier for software developers to implement communication and input-output so they can focus on the specific purpose of their application. Okay, I do like the term software glue because it's kind of like gluing things together. But the other way to think about this is it's literally in the middle. In that, like, we have some code that does a thing. We have some code that does another thing, and we could insert our code in the middle to either allow that next thing to happen or not allow that thing to happen. So this is a more general term of middleware, but in our case, in an Express, we're working with middleware functions. So within the same software application, we're writing functions that we can either run before, after, in between, instead of, that kind of thing. So that's what a middleware is. It's in the middle, and it can do a thing. And yeah, that's really my answer to it. So we can say like functions or entire applications or software that is inserted into the flow of things, right? So if we think about it in terms of Express and backend APIs, there's a flow of things. So the front end or some client will make a request to the backend. That backend receives that request, and things can happen. So various headers might need to be set. So those can be middlewares that happen before. And then you actually have the actual request handler. That's the thing doing the logic. Maybe it's looking up in a database or it's calling some other API. It's doing the thing. And then when it's done, it can forward on to some middleware that might format the response. So basically you have the flow of things that happen in a request to your backend, and these middleware functions can be inserted in various places. So for example, a 404 page is an example of like a not found middleware. I'll show you how we have that set up in our app, where essentially, if the page was not found, if we went through all of our possible routes and we couldn't find it, that middleware handles that. We also have an error handler middleware. So if any one of our routes throws an error, they're all sent to one place where the errors happen. We also have, if we're talking about in the earlier part of the flow, we have a, what was I going to say? We have like a cores middleware. So that will actually set headers on the response for any request that comes into our app. So that's what they are. Let's talk about when and why we use middlewares. Ultimately, it prevents code duplication, and we can insert things in the flow without having to repeat ourselves. So let's look at an example of the not found middleware. So this is my Express app. I create an instance of Express to get an app, and Shin that code. Thank you very much for that raid. Welcome in, raiders. Shouts out. What was it? Shin? 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 Ship that code. Oh! Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. What was I saying? Okay. So in this example, we are creating an instance of Express, and then we have all of these use declarations. And actually, instead of before we talk about not found, let's actually talk about these. These are all middleware functions. They're middleware functions that somebody else wrote, but they essentially affect every single request coming into my app. So Morgan is a middleware that logs the incoming requests. Compression is a middleware that compresses the responses and decompresses the incoming requests. Helmet is a middleware that sets headers based on very secure type things. Express.json is a body parsing middleware that any body that comes in, it'll detect if it is JSON and then parse it so that way we can actually use it. These are all types of middlewares. But what I do want to show you is our not found middleware. So right here we have this not found. And essentially, this just creates an error, sets the status code to 404, and then calls next. In Express, next is how we pass things on to the next middleware. And so behind the scenes, each one of these middlewares actually is calling next. They absolutely have to. But in our case, not found is calling next because that then goes into the error handler middleware. And so this is a general purpose error handler that will set the response status code and then respond with an actual error message. So because we create an error here and then we forward it on, this is going to do the job of actually sending that response back to the client if there was a 404 error. And that gets to another question we're trying to answer here is what order do these middlewares executed in? It's top down. So any request that comes into our app is first going to run through this middleware, and then this middleware, and then this one, and this one. And it varies depending on where you registered it. And so because I'm registering these at the end, they're almost like not found is essentially a default handler that says if you went through all of our other route handlers and middlewares and nothing happened yet, if you've made it here, it's a 404. And then the last one is if you've made it here, it's an error, so respond with an error. But let's look at a quick example of a middleware. So a middleware is, if you're familiar with Express, it's just a request handler function. So it takes in the request, it has access to the response, and we can do things with it. And then, like I said, we also get access to this next function. But for example, if I wanted a middleware that just logs wow and then some kind of emoji, we'll do a seedling. So this middleware is going to log wow for every incoming request. Let's start up our app and then see what happens. Cool. So if I go here, right now, nothing is happening, right? So right now, you can see the Firefox is spinning. It's trying to make that request. But if we look at our logs, it does say, wow. And so that function ran. But that function did not say, I'm done with what I'm doing. You can go on to the next thing. The next thing would be, in this case, to respond with our homepage. So that's the purpose of the next function. It's to say, I'm done with whatever I'm doing. You can do a whole lot more than console log, but whatever you're doing up here, I'm done with it. Please go on to the next one. So now that I have that, if we make the request, the page actually loads. But if we look here, the console, our console thing got logged, and then it forwarded the, and then it passed on control to the next handler. So this is a very basic middleware that just logs the word wow and then moves on to the next middleware. Yeah, and so if you leave off that next parameter, like basically that's why it's spinning. It's because our code literally hasn't told it what to do next. It logged, but then it didn't do anything. The other thing we actually could do is this right here. We could just say message, this is all you will ever see. You can't get to the other routes. So basically, this middleware just immediately responds with JSON. So even if I'm requesting the home page or I'm requesting some nested API route, this is all I'm ever going to get. Let's take a look at this. So now if I request the home page, that's what I get. But I also could go to this. I could go to some random route, but this is all I'm ever going to get as well. So it is that middleware has taken control. It's not passing it on to any of these other handlers or middlewares. Yeah, so you can't get to any other routes. There we go. Thank you, Stony Eagle. Okay, so now that we've done that, no matter where we go, this thing is always responding. Obviously, this isn't a very useful middleware because now my app can't actually function, which is why it would use the next function. The other thing, though, is you may have seen this error before in your Express, in working with Express, that says response headers are already set. So let's say in my middleware, I respond with JSON, but then I call next anyways. Okay, it's restarted. So we're still going to get this, but because I called next, the other handlers are attempting to run as well. And we can see in the console, cannot set headers after they are already sent. And that's because this one is responding, setting headers, and then next is forwarding on to the rest of these. In this case, it's going to get to the not found handler. But not found is then trying to respond as well. So that's why you might see that error is like basically you're doing the thing and then passing on control when you shouldn't pass on control. Okay, so that's the basics of like what a middleware can do. Let's take a quick stretch. And let's look at our list of questions. Have we answered? So we talked about what middlewares are. At a glance, you can essentially insert them into the flow of things. When and why do we use them? For reusable functionality. So in the example of Morgan, that is the thing that is logging what type of request happened, the URL, the response code, how long it took. Morgan is doing all of that, and it's handling all of that. This is parsing the incoming body. So basically we can do these things once and we don't have to repeat ourselves. Every single request goes through that. How do we register them? Let's talk about that because I didn't really talk about that much, but right now you see it's app.use. So specifically in Express, when you say app.use, if you only pass in a function, that middleware is going to be run for every single route. Let's add that to the log here. I run for every route. Cool. But you also could do something like this. I only run for routes that begin with API. So now I've registered a middleware, but I've said this should only run if the route begins with this. So let's see it in action. So if we clear this, if I make a request to the home page, we should be back to our original homepage response, and we see the, wow, I run for every route. But now if I try to go to like API v1/companies, we should see I run for every route, and also I run for routes that begin with API. So that middleware handler is running for anything where the URL starts with that given match. Cool. So you can register at this in anywhere in the middleware chain as well. So you can see that the way that I've set up my Express app is what is that? Oh, it's beans. Beans are in the camera. But the way I've set up my Express app is I have all of my API routes registered in this one file. And basically I say, if the route begins with API/v1, if the URL begins with API/v1, go into this router to see if you have something that can respond. And specifically, if we look at that one, it registers all of my other routers. And so in this instance, I requested /companies, and so it registered my company's router, which specifically has an endpoint that's listening for a GET request on /. So all of these are middlewares. I mean, ultimately, this is more of a request handler than it is a middleware, because this is basically the last thing in the chain that actually responds with companies. But each one of these down the line is some type of middleware. Okay. Is there anything else I wanted to talk about? Yeah, and that's basically it. Middlewares are always run top down. And actually, I'll show you one thing as well, how you can kind of like chain these. So let's say I do something like this. I have a count variable, and then it starts off as 0, and then I'm going to have a middleware function called increase count. And this is just a simple little middleware that takes in the request, response, and next, and then it increments count. And then it logs the count is count. And then it calls next so that we go on to the next thing. Okay, so super basic middleware function. It's basically just incrementing this in-memory variable. One thing you can do is you can take a middleware function and use it on any one of your routes. So if I just put this right here, now this says whenever a GET request comes into my app, first run it through increase count, and then run my handler that actually responds. So let's see what this does. So if we go to the home page, in here we should see the count is 1. And if I refresh several times, we can see that the count is slowly increasing. But you can have as many of these as you want. So I could actually chain like this and this and this. And now, well, this is just complaining because, there. So let's say we have 3 of them. It's going to run through here, and then it calls next, and then it runs through here, and it calls next, it runs through here, and calls next, and then finally it's able to respond here. So in this instance, we're going to see 3 increases before we actually get the response back. So if I refresh, now we see count is 1, 2, 3, and then we get the response. And then if I do it again, it's 4, 5, 6, and then we get the response. And you could use this function anywhere. I could define it somewhere, import it into any one of my routes, and then reuse it on all of the things. Yeah. And in a way, you could use it like a filter. And so what we're about to do, not in this video, but go watch the inventory app videos if you're interested, we're about to create middlewares that do authorization. So essentially, an incoming request, we want to validate that the incoming request has access to a given route. That's what we're doing in a middleware. It is essentially, it kind of is like a filter, because we can say, okay, based on this incoming request, you have a token set. It is a valid token. You are a valid user in the database. Okay, you're allowed to do this thing. Or if you're not, we're going to create an error and then forward it on to the error handler. So yeah. Cool. Any last comments or questions about middlewares before we write some real middlewares? Yeah, I mean, in a way, you could think about these as plugins, because, like, especially these reusable ones that I installed from npm. These are like little Express plugins that give me some nice functionality that I didn't have to implement myself. Yeah. So, any other thoughts, comments, or questions, and then we'll move on. Well, thank you, Mr. Fix This. I think you meant to type buddy, but you said Dubby, and I like it. You can call me Dubby. Do I have a favorite router library? So, I mean, in Express, they have the built-in router, and that's what I'm just using for this Express app. Forgot the second arrow. What do you mean about that? Oh, I mean, you could create like a higher order function. Sure. Yeah, and you may have seen that, and so that's actually a good thing to point out, because you can see for these middlewares, they're actually being invoked, but that's because this is a function that returns a function, right? Whereas you can see down here, when I register these middlewares, they're not invoked. And that's because these are explicitly our functions. But if we wanted to do it in the style of this, we actually would need a function that returns a function. And then in order to use it, I would have to do this. And this is useful if you want your middleware to take in some sort of argument so that it can be reused. In this case, I'm not passing in any argument, but because I define this as a function that returns a function, I can use it in a similar way to how these were used up here. Yeah, so that's running. And we see it like that. Great. Am I re-implementing Auth or using Keycloak? None of them. So basically, we have an Express backend that has some auth routes like sign in, sign up. And we wrote those from scratch. And then now we are about to implement middlewares that make sure that a user actually is logged in. Yeah. Show what happens if something is coming after the next call. Oh yeah, good point. I mean, in a way, and what do you mean by that, support? Like if I write some code here, or yeah, what do you mean by that? Yeah, please clarify. How do you write a system that accepts plugins? Kind of like this. Like basically, that's how Express was implemented, so that it is easy to just plug things in and have them run before your other things run, and that's why you get these nice little reusable pieces of functionality. Yeah, it's a big question. How do you write a system that does that? But you basically just do it. But there's a better answer. Do I physically separate your V1 endpoints from V2? Yeah, so right now, everything is V1. But in the future, if we had like breaking changes or something like that, typically what you would do is you would leave everything as is, and then you would actually have completely separate handlers for V2. You could reference the old handlers, but you actually start to rewrite them. I also have done some C# on the back end and TypeScript as well. Probably going to be live for like another hour at most. In some languages, you clean up stuff. So in Go, the middleware is go backwards and execute everything below next. See what you're saying? I don't think you can do that in Express, because basically the last request handler or the last middleware to run, actually, I guess you could. So actually, yeah. I think you're totally right. We could do something like this. I've never done this, but it is possible. You could say app.use and then clean up. And this should run, or will it? No, I don't think it will, because this doesn't call next. Because it just calls res.json, it wouldn't actually clean up. Though, you could structure your app like that, where your request handlers respond and also call next. And then if they do, you could have some cleanup function down the line. But here's what I'm thinking. This won't run because a previous handler didn't call next. So we've registered it at the end here, but if I request the home page, it's not going to make it here because it doesn't call next. Let's try it. Refresh this. It increases the count, but it doesn't make it to that one. But I do see what you're saying. Like other frameworks might call these in a different order, or might still call them based on other things that are happening. Oh, I see. Mark Boots is, and I guess Banana Crazy is also saying, Morgan logs the request after it's done requesting, and that's actually how they're able to keep track of how many milliseconds it took. How do they do that? I can't think through it, but we can look at the source code. Let's see how they do it. That is just a type definition. We're going to source dive. We're going to look at Morgan. Make a good point, Terawatt. Like I'm trying to think of ways to like expand my audience, get more viewers. Where did it go? So doing more niche things makes sense. You're right. Let's look at the source code. Thank you, Duder. Yeah, put your gloves on. We're going source diving. So it is a good question. So how does a middleware run after other things have run if those other things didn't call next? And I can't even think through how they would do that. But once I see the code, it'll probably make sense. Let's see. Yeah, so this is literally the function that gets called whenever we register it like this. So we're saying Morgan. Right now I'm passing in Tiny. Tiny just gives a simple log that like that. They have other ones available like dev. So if we do dev, that logs... Let me find another one. There's like the standard one that like Nginx uses. And it... You also could just specify your own. Common is the one. And I think that's similar to like what Nginx uses. Okay, so if we set that to common and then do this, now we get a bunch more stuff. So we get my IP address. Don't look, it's my IP address. We get when the request happened, what the request type was, HTTP version, response code, and how long it took. So this function takes in the format and then uses that. But let's see. So it returns a middleware. So it returns a function that has request, response, and next. Yeah, and I think that's like that definitely is the first part of it, right, Andrew? So it calls next, but then it's going to have some code below that runs as well. But what I don't know about is how do they know when the request is done? And there probably is a way of tapping into Express itself to determine when a request has finished. And if that request has finished, then you know that it's time to log. So that's the code we're going to be looking for, basically. Yeah. HTTP 1.1 is so last week. Yeah. All right. Log request logs it. I see. Okay. So, like Andrew was saying, they have all of their code, but they call next. So that's going to go on to the next one. But they have this onFinished function. And onFinished is probably referencing the response itself. This is a separate library. Oh, I see. Yeah, and so, yeah. So they're saying onFinished for this given response. Let's look at this onFinished library. Execute a callback when a request closes. It might actually be really easy. Let's see. So onFinished takes in the response. attached finished listener. I guess what we also could do is look at the response API for Node.js itself, because the response object, I believe it implements like a stream. http.incoming message. Yeah, and it extends stream.readable. So yeah, I think that's it, Banana Crazy. Response.onFinish. This is extra, but let's do it. We're going to create a middleware called response time. So it takes in rec res and next, and it just calls next. But before that, we have our start time. I'm just going to use date.now. When I'm done coding this, you can tell me a better way to do timing of code. But right here, we can say res.on, is it finish? Then we can say why is this complaining? Slog the request finished. And we can do date.now minus start time. Let's see if this is it. And we can just say app.use, so it'll be used for every single request. And if this event type is right, then we've done it. But it might not be the right event name. We'll see. I gotta call it. Yeah. So right now I define this as a function that returns a function. I don't want that. I just want to be able to register it. If I wanted that, then I would need to do like that. I don't want to do that. I just want to do this. So I'm going to get rid of this. Okay, here we go. We figured it out. We've determined how Morgan works. So response is a readable stream, and streams have events, and specifically there is this finish event. So we can see that it took, I guess, is that 8 microseconds? We did date not now minus the start time. Is it milliseconds? Maybe it is milliseconds. Okay, someone let me know what's a better way to do timing in Node.js. Yeah, and super secret name. The only reason I timed you out is because you were spamming messages. You're welcome here, but we're doing other things. So if you try to keep your messages on topic, that's really the only reason I timed you out. Because it's hard for me to stay on topic when I see so many other messages in the chat. But that's why we timed you out. You cannot await next because next does not return a promise. I don't think. Yeah, so calling next doesn't return anything. So you can't actually await it. There are other backend frameworks that will let you do things like that. So I think Koa might support that, maybe even Fastify, but Express does not support that. All right, performance.now. And do we want to do a performance dot start? How does performance work? Console.time, console.endtime. Yeah, I have here. Let's try the console.time thing. runtime end. Start a timer. Request start. Request timing is what I'll call this. Oh, it was milliseconds. That's nice. I like that. Cool. This is cool. Performance was built in. I like this console.time though. I've never used it before. So we give it a label. So we actually could just call this request response. It's the full cycle. So we give it a label, and then we start it, and then we end it, and it logs the total amount of time. So now we see request response 8.448 milliseconds. Cool. That was fun. We did some source code diving. We figured out how Morgan is doing it, and how other middlewares might actually be logging things even after next has been called. So that's fun. All right. Is there anything else we missed? Yeah, I am going to look at the performance thing, though, because, yeah. Shouldn't it say the same as Morgan? We need to look at how we're doing Morgan right now. So we specified common, and then Morgan just has 58. I actually don't know. I don't know what that means. Let's change it back to tiny and see if we get a similar number. It should actually be, I think, a lower number because we're registering it after we register Morgan. So we should get like a slightly lower number. Oh, that's the content length. I see. But yeah, if we want the timing, there's this. Wow, it's way after. So we see Morgan has 4.7 milliseconds, and then ours has 8.79 milliseconds. But check it out. If we register it earlier, and really that's what you want to do with a timing middleware, it needs to be one of the first things registered. We should get a smaller and more similar number. Or not. It's possible that actually I don't want the finish event. So finish is like when it's completely done sending the response, and it's possible they're giving us the timing of when the response starts. I think is end a valid one? Let's see. It's not valid. But I think that's the issue. Like, is it close? So when the response is closed, let's see. If we try close. It's still double the amount of milliseconds. I just have a feeling we're listening to the wrong event. Pre-finish. All data has been processed, but not necessarily completely flushed. Yeah, and it is possible supporting that our console logs are increasing our timing a whole lot. Let's try pre-finish. Pre-finish doesn't work. I mean, we could look at their code to see what event they're listening for. Error and close. Yeah, exclamation mark Discord will get you to the Discord server. I think you might be right, Terawatt. So our console log is taking way longer than performance timing. Let's try it with performance. So this is how we use it. We say performance mark, then performance measure. Is that just a label or is that an actual thing? Let's try it though. So now instead of console.time, we're doing performance. And I want this to be finished. Finish? Is it mark? I'm not using this right. You just subtract performance.now. Do I need the import though? I guess I'm just using the global. I mean, it's not complaining about like performance not found or anything like that. Process.hr time. And Wooly, thank you very much for the 22 months. Been here a long while. First of all, yeah, I forgot what the event we even were listening for was. So let's go back to the event that worked. Okay, finish is the event that we want. And let's just make sure that this is working. We're using console.time. Great. Okay. So now we can do something like start time equals performance.now. And then we're just going to log performance.now minus the start time. It's still 10 milliseconds. I mean, it's possible, yeah, so process.hr time, I've never used that before. It's possible that that is closer. It started with middlewares. Look what we're doing now. Yeah, I mean, it is. I'm just curious the discrepancy. Like that is why that's why I'm sticking around with this. Like, why is this 10 milliseconds and why is this one 4 milliseconds? Last thing is I'm gonna just look into this process.hr time thing. Then. Big int. What does this even do? Is this the current time? It's still 10 milliseconds. You know what I've determined? Morgan is lying to us. Morgan is taking those milliseconds and dividing them in half. Calculate the elapsed time outside of the console log? It should work the same way. Like, basically, this variable here has to be resolved before we console log it. You're not wrong. It was like 0.5 milliseconds. Oh, wow. Why did that one take so long? What is this big int thing? Nan. What does this give us back? I see. So this is what Morgan is doing. Let's just do what Morgan is doing and see if we get a similar number. Request.startAt. Interesting. All right. Oh, they set start at. Not date time. What is this? C#? Date.now. Time arguments must be an instance of an array. And then where do they set rec.start at? First occurrence. Undefined. Okay. Okay. They don't set it anywhere. Oh, right here. No. That's response. Their code is a whole library, and I just listened for an event. It's true. I have a space in my search. Oh, okay. It's true. They probably are using this onFinish thing. Oh, well. Here's the thing. Should I really see this much discrepancy from just using date.now? Like 10 milliseconds of discrepancy of difference? Is that really a thing? Yeah, we got it working. Honestly, the thing we wanted to demonstrate, we got working. We're just concerned. Oh, -13. Nice. I think I did it in the wrong order. End time minus start time. Ten. So here's, let's sum it all up. What we wanted to answer was, how is a middleware able to log when the thing is done? And ultimately, it comes down to the fact that response is an event emitter, and we can actually listen for the finish event. We're getting a discrepancy in how long the time, how long it takes. I don't think they're dividing by 2. Are they dividing by 2? Divide 2? No, I don't think they are. So that answers the question, how do they do that? Why are we getting a different number? I don't know, but we're going to move on from here. It's 2 times. I mean, are they literally doing divide by 2? And is it, I mean, that's not fair. That's not fair at all. I mean, yeah, let's look at their code that does it. Divide by 2. No one's gonna know. Like this. Look for elapsed. Convert to milliseconds. Dividing by 2 makes your API 2 times faster. You're not wrong. I have an idea. This increase count is going to do this. Watch me. Watch me. I'm going to make it slow and then see what Morgan does. 10 whole seconds. Why is this complaining? Do not use new for side effects. Calm down. What do I want to? And then inside of here, we resolve it. I don't even need a promise. What am I doing? I just need to set timeout. What do I do? Yeah, I just need this. So wait 5 seconds before calling next. And so this middleware is going to increase every request by 5 seconds. And actually, it's going to be 5, and then 10, and then 15. Let's see what this does. Count as 1, 2, 3. Huh. This is how I like my packet. So here's the thing. At bigger numbers, we're closer. So I shouldn't divide by 2. That's silly. I'm not going to divide by 2. But at bigger numbers, look how close we are. Yeah, let's not divide by 2. And let's wait 15 seconds. So we're off by 10 milliseconds-ish. Yeah, so for smaller numbers, they're cheating. Oh, well. Morgan's lying. I don't know. It doesn't matter that much. We got really, really derailed. Let's get rid of all this. So that was fun. I'm done trying. I don't even want to try process.hr time anymore. So that was fun. Let's get rid of all this example code we made, and let's work on some, what do you call it? Let's work on some actual middlewares. That was a huge rabbit hole. I do have to use the bathroom though. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'll leave you with a song while I'm gone. But I'll be back, and then we're gonna write some actual middlewares. All right, I'm back. Hi. Let's write some code. Shebas is saying for the COD fans, champs start today. Is this sports? What does COD mean? Call of Duty. Oh, the Call of Duty Championship is cool. That makes sense. Okay. All right. We are here. Let's write some code. So if you're still with us after all of that, we talked about what middlewares are. Essentially, they can be inserted somewhere in the request response timeline, but before, after, during. We specifically want a middleware that makes sure a user is logged in. So let's get this going. We're going to do this. We do have a middlewares file. This has not found, and it has the error handler. I think I want to put my auth middlewares just in the auth folder. I'm going to create an auth.middlewares.js file. And this is going to export some functions. So we're going to have a function that says is logged in. And essentially, this will only allow the request to continue if the user is logged in. So we'll get recpresent next. Something like if user is logged in, call next, meaning good to go. We don't need to do anything else. And I'll do it like this. Otherwise, we need a new error. And this is going to be, it's just going to say unauthorized. Is unauthorized 2 words or 1 word? And I think we can do error.status. I'll confirm with our error handler how, if we look at this property, but this is going to be a 401 status code. Yeah, we're using JSON Web Tokens, so this is user logged in. We're going to have to fix that code. If I had to start over right now, which language would I choose? Honestly, probably still this, because it's for beginners. And I'm sticking with that decision. And really, I think we can just do if the user exists on the request, keep going. That means we're logged in. But if they were not, we say unauthorized, and we call next with that given error, like this. Now, what I want to check is if I put a status code on the error, is that actually set by my error handling middleware? So we have the status code is if res.statuscode is 200, it's not. Otherwise, use res.statuscode. So actually what I want to do is instead of error.status, I want to do res.status. Like that. Because 401 will be set, and then it'll be here. Cool. And then we're just going to export this. And right now, like we don't have a middleware that's actually setting the user. So the next middleware we would want to write is something like set user from token if exists, something like this. Right now, I'm not going to do anything because I want to see if this other one is working. So we'll just say, well, not to do. To do. Finish it. So if valid instead of if exists. Okay, super simple middleware. If there is a user property on the request, go on to the next one. Good to go. If there's not, this user is not allowed. We'll just say unauthorized. So now we can use these middleware. So if I go back to my main entry point here, this is JavaScript, and I would say, yes, it is easy to learn. I would say that it is. It's just syntax. Yeah, let's talk about that really quick because, I mean, if you've been in the TypeScript world, you probably don't see this as much these days. But what you could do is you could say module.exports dot is logged in equals is logged in. So by default, module.exports is an object, and then you can just attach properties to it. So we also could do set user from token. This is equivalent to this. I like this pattern because we're exporting an object that has multiple properties on it, but this is how you do it in CommonJS. So CommonJS is all about require and module.exports. If we were in ECMAScript modules or like in TypeScript because it supports it, we could do something like export const is logged in and export const set user from token if valid, but we are not. We are in we're in just regular plain old Node.js, so we have to do it this way, like this. Yeah, there's also default export, and in this case, the way you do a default export is you just literally put it on module.export. So if I say module.export is this is essentially a default export because it's the only thing it's exporting. Sort of. I mean, you can't mix the default export with named exports like you would in ECMAScript modules. Cool. Hopefully that answered your question. Yeah. Morgan uses this calculation for the log. Are you still stuck on that, Andrew? I think we didn't you send that message earlier? What other thing did you say? But yeah, this is purely Node.js, so it's not Next.js. It's not. We're not using TypeScript or anything like that. It's just Node.js code. Okay, Andrew. Yeah, you keep doing you. All right, so we have this middleware. Now I want to register it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to lock down all of the API routes. So what I want to do is I want to say, you can't access anything beyond the home page unless you are logged in. And that makes sense for my application, because for my application, yeah, I don't want you accessing companies, items, anything unless you're logged in. We could fine tune it. We could say, all right, if you want to access these GET routes, you don't have to be logged in. But if you want to access the update or delete routes, you do have to be logged in. We could get more fine grain with it. But for this app, I want to block all access unless you are logged in. So let's bring in those middlewares I just defined. We'll call this auth middlewares. API auth middlewares. And then now, remember we did this earlier, I could say auth middlewares.is logged in. So now, if you are not logged in, if there's not a user object on the request, it instantly is just going to give you a 401 error for anything that begins with API v1. So let's try it out. Start it up. So that's running great. I can request the home page, that's fine. But if I try to go to API v1 companies, boom, unauthorized. So essentially, the request goes through this middleware, and there is no user object on the request, so we instantly say unauthorized. Great. How does this user get put onto the request? With this middleware. So we'll do that next. And that all comes down to like token validation. So I believe in like our lib and utils, we do have a function for signing a JSON Web Token. We also want to export a function for verifying. And there's probably a better library to use. There also is like Express JWT that'll do all this stuff by default, but this is fine. Really what we want is a function for verify. So this will verify that the token is valid. Really, I want like decode and verify. This takes in the token, and then it needs to do a thing. So we're going to do jwt.verify. Verify. We'll come up with a better name in a second. Let's see what this thing is going to do. Verify automatically decodes. Okay, we'll call it verify. So JWT is the JSON Web Token library. We're passing in this case, just the token. We haven't written the code that extracts the token yet, but this takes in the token. It uses our secret from our environment variables. We don't need any of this, I don't think. We can see this takes in token. And then options. Synchronously verify. Oh, their library might have been updated. I think for now, I'm going to do a header. But in a future episode, we can talk about why it might be better to use cookies. The main thing to consider with this is our front end is completely decoupled. Like our front end, it could be a Next.js app like server rendered. It could be a static React app. It could be a mobile app. But this API is going to be standalone. Like we're not going to integrate any sort of server-side rendering here. So when you use cookies, we would need to make sure that they are deployed at the same domain so that we actually can do like cross-domain cookies. Because if the API is deployed at a separate domain, then we would run into cross-domain cookies. Yeah, which is why I think we will use a token header, but we're going to do it the right way. I think already we can verify like what is in the token, and we can also talk about like what you should or should not put in a token, how those tokens should be validated. We're going to use JSON Web Tokens, and we're going to justify and invalidate everything that we're doing for that. Okay, let's look up this JSON Web Token library. Because a lot of people post articles or talk about why you shouldn't use JSON Web Tokens. We're going to do it, and we're going to do it the best way possible. And I'm going to talk about why what we're doing makes sense for what we're doing. Okay, do they have a verified token, options, or callback? Cookies, I believe, can work over subdomains of the same name, of the same domain. Yeah. I believe so. But recent changes to web browsers have really prevented cross-domain cookies because cross-domain cookies are typically used for tracking on the web. So if our front ends and our back ends were all hosted at the same domain, we wouldn't have to worry about that. But I'm anticipating that they're not going to be. This is just going to be a general purpose inventory API, and then we can put clients anywhere we want. Yeah, I should be able to pass in a callback like that. I don't know why it's complaining. So token, secret, and then a function. And then that function gets the decoded object back. Oh, it just didn't like my formatting. Okay, I was like, why are you complaining? Cool, this should be all we need. So we're going to export this as well. What's important to note here is that we are verifying the token based on our JSON Web Token secret. So the same secret that was used to sign the token, we are using to verify the token. And if that token was, and actually we'll demonstrate it, if that token was generated using a secret that's not the right secret, our backend will reject it. And that's one of the key things when using JSON Web Tokens is you don't just trust any token sent to your backend. You want to validate it with a given secret. There was a bug in one of the really popular JSON Web Token libraries a while back. It might have been this one, where something like if the incoming payload specified a none algorithm and actually wouldn't validate it. That's been fixed. It's been fixed in pretty much every JSON Web Token library. So that's another reason why it's in some cases you could use JSON Web Tokens and it's not a bad thing because we're doing it the right way. Okay, so we have this function that will verify a token. Awesome. Now we want to extract that token, and the way to do it is to pull it from a header, so a request header. I believe request.get we'll get a header from the request, and we're pulling it specifically from the authorization header. So we'll call this the auth header. Yeah, the authorization header. And for now, we're just going to log it out. I'll put it in an object so we see the name. Okay, so our app is listening. We're going to close all these tabs we're not using, and then make a request to something that we still don't have a user token, but we want to see what gets logged on the back end. We're not using this middleware yet. So basically this set user from token, if valid, needs to run on every single request. So essentially, every single incoming request, we're going to look at that authorization header and then decode the token if it exists. And we want to use that just like we would any of these other ones. So I can say auth middlewares dot set user from token if valid. So every single incoming request, we're looking at that auth header. We can extract the token from it and verify it. But at this point, let's see if we get it. So right now it's undefined. At this point, I need to start using some tool that's going to let me set those headers. So I'm going to use Insomnia, which is an HTTP request client. Yeah, and so that's I guess that's another point to talk about in terms of like if you are going to use JSON Web Tokens, do it in the right way. This secret here, if an attacker were to get a hold of that secret, they could generate JSON Web Tokens that your backend would accept. So it is good practice in the real world to rotate this secret. So every month or so, create a new secret, and now if that secret was somehow leaked, you're using a new secret, so any of the tokens that were issued using that old secret won't be valid anymore. So that is something that you can do. Doing JWT the right way, not using it. Yeah, I mean, we're doing our best, all right? And the thing is, there are a lot of production apps out there that do use JSON Web Tokens, and they're working just fine. So it's fine. All right, let's create a new. Actually, now that I remember, I had I believe an entire Insomnia collection that I lost when I reset my computer. There's a lot of production apps that use PHP 4. You're right. I mean, this isn't the best argument for it, but I also let's call this get companies. The thing is, so a lot of newer coders, right, will hear someone talk about something or say something, and now that's just an opinion that they hold. But they hold that opinion having not actually used the thing and having not actually gone through the process of realizing why it's bad and why there are some cases why we might actually use it. So that's really all I'm doing here is like I'm going to do my best to make like best practices, so that way if you really do need to use it, you can try your best. Whereas just following someone that says don't use JSON Web Tokens and not knowing why. Cool. We need an authorization header. And it's going to have a bearer and then a token. Like this. Cool. So now if we look at our backend, when this request comes in, it has an auth header. And basically what we want to do is we want to pull that token off and validate it. Let's take a quick stretch. Yeah, we have to do all the verification steps. And Kraken is saying, about 4 years ago after watching your YouTube lives, I took a huge pay cut to go into dev work. Since then, I was promoted twice, moved to a government contractor, and have been promoted there as well. Cannot thank you enough. That's awesome, Kraken. Glad to hear it. Yeah. I mean, you could... So, I mean, because I'm talking about it, like, I have to address these issues. One of the main reasons we use JSON Web Tokens is because they are stateless. Like, basically, this middleware function right here is not going to do a database lookup. This middleware is going to trust that because the tokens were generated using a specific secret, and if we can validate that token using a given secret, we know that it's a valid token and we can accept it. But that's the caveat. We are trusting that token there. If we were to do a database lookup to find a specific token that we use to validate the token, that negates the benefits of like stateless authentication. Because for every single request, we now have to do a database lookup on the user table. Whereas this is just trusting that secret, so that way we don't have to do a database lookup on the user table for every single request. But there are caveats to that, right? Like if your secret is compromised, then your entire system is compromised. Don't let your secrets be compromised. Yeah. REST client? Did I say Rapid API? REST, yeah, so Insomnia is a REST API client. It also can talk to like GraphQL APIs and stuff. Yeah. What's up, Cerblex? Yeah, we're writing a Node.js, so this is backend JavaScript. Yeah, being stateless is a pro and a con. If you want to invalidate a token, you essentially have to reset your secret, and that means everyone gets logged out if you have to invalidate the secret. I believe there is a stateless way of invalidating a token, but we'll get there. We'll talk about that. Yeah, I mean, and that's when you...
Cheer 1000, cheer 1000, cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100.
Thank you very much for the 27... Was it 27,000? 2,700 bits. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Wow. That's a lot of bits. So basically, if a user is deleted, then the token will still work until expired. Well, in your API routes, if it does involve a specific user ID, you probably would still do a lookup to see, does that user exist? But that's specific to the handler that needs to make a request to the user table anyways. But you could add that. So that way, if a token of a deleted user is still out there, in the actual handler, not the middleware, the handler of that route, you can look in the user table to make sure that they're still active. Yeah. Yeah, so our tokens also expire. That's the other thing is, so for secure ways of doing this, a short expiration time. So these tokens expire after a day, meaning after a day they can't be used anymore. We could even change this to like 30 minutes, and then that gets into the concept of like refresh tokens. So before the 30 minutes are up, if the user is still active, behind the scenes, it gets them a new token without them having to log in again. But if they go inactive for 30 minutes and don't make any requests, the next time they come to our app, they'll have to re-log in. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for those bits again. Appreciate it. Yeah. What about only storing the issuer on the token, not initial user info? Yeah, we could, but again, that gets away from the stateless aspect of it because we do have to do a DB lookup on every request. At the end of the day, we might actually end up doing that, especially if we're going to get into like role-based authorization, where I guess roles could actually exist inside of a JSON web token as well. I don't know. We'll get there. I got to write the code, and then we can talk about it more specifically. Give the token a key ID, stored in a DB like Red. Yeah, okay, so this is another good point on like how you could architect this, where it is technically like data duplication because you might have a separate data store, but key value stores are really fast at lookup. So if you could use something like Redis, which is a key value database, and you could store users in there and then you look up from that DB on every request instead of looking up in your SQL database. And you may or may not get performance gains out of that, but Redis is meant to be really fast for easy lookups like that. So you could do something like that as well. Yeah. Yeah. Using shorter tokens is a hybrid of stateless and stateful. Yeah. Yeah. I wanted to work on Entropy Chat again, but that is something that I think we might sunset. Well, here's the thing. We'll hold a funeral for it. You all can come. You can say your last words. You can talk about what Entropy Chat meant to you. But I think that is an app that we will not revisit. We'll talk about that later. Yeah, then it's just overcomplicated sessions. Exactly. Yeah. No! Well, we'll talk. So I think the main reason is like that app, especially. We started working on it after the inventory app, but I was just so tired of explaining and justifying everything I was doing when working on the inventory app that for the entropy app, I was like, I'm going to do whatever I want. And like, I just coded a bunch of random stuff to get it basically working. But there's a lot of technical debt and I don't want to revisit it. So that's why we're going to sunset it. Okay. Yeah, tomorrow we're doing Fresh Spots. That's a new app. It's not going anywhere. It's fresh, and it's using Fresh. Let's write some actual code. So, as you can see, we're accessing that header on every request. And this is the what's known as bearer auth. This format is used all over the place. If you've ever interacted with an API that uses bearer auth, you would have done this, where you're setting an authorization header, and then the value of it is bearer space and then some token. Right now, this is a bogus token, but we're going to see that we will try to validate it, and it won't work. So we now have the auth header. So we'll say if the auth header has a value, we're going to do something with it. Otherwise, keep going. So if we have the auth header, we're going to grab the token from it, and that's just going to be auth header.split on a space. So split it on a space because the format is to have the word bearer space and then the token itself. So we split it on a space and then token should be there. And so now we'll try to validate the token. We'll make this an async function. We'll say user equals validate. So we'll do JWT dot verify with the given token. We need to import JWT from our lib. Like that. And so now we can do verify. We pass in the token. This is going to give us back the decoded user if it was valid. And then we can set the user on the request right here, and then we'll call next. The function itself uses the secret already, so we don't have to pass it in. So that should be fine. However, this throws an exception, and right now, I don't believe we're catching that exception. Yeah, right now it actually would just be a I think the app would just spin because we would never get to next. Let's see what happens. I do believe I need to wrap this in a try catch, so that way if the validating the token fails, I can forward that error on to my error handler. But let's see what happens. So now if I do this, server returned nothing. The app crashed. And this is saying invalid token. Great. I need to wrap this in a try catch. I'm going to wrap all of this in a try catch. And then I can just pass this error on like this. And also I could set the status to unauthorized if there was an error here. Set user from token if valid. Actually, no, I don't. So the purpose of this middleware is to set the user if they exist. But if they don't exist, just keep on keeping on, but no user was set on the response. So we'll do that here. I mean, really, we actually are just swallowing the error. I think, did I have like a debug log or a debug tool in here? I guess we're not using it. I want this so that I can do some error logging, but not just use console log. So I'm going to install debug. And then we can use it. Oh, well, we do have a logger. Oh, never mind. We don't need debug. We're using a library called util, or this might be built into Node.js. Regardless, we're gonna use this logger. So let's import it in. Like this, and then right here we'll say logger.error with the error. Cool. So we're technically just swallowing the error because that's what we want to do. Like if we weren't able to validate the token, just keep on keeping on. Go on to the next handler. But if we were able to validate it, put the user on the request itself. So now, if we start our app back up, here we get back unauthorized, but that's good. It didn't crash. So we can actually see the log that says this was an invalid token. And so that's in our backend logs, but it's not being returned to the user. And then over here, let's take a quick stretch. Whew. Yeah, we're just in Node.js. I don't think I have access to anything that's going to be able to alias imports. Yeah. Why not patch them to a place if the token is null? Because this is just an API, we would do that on the front end. So the API returns an unauthorized response, and then any client that's consuming this API would then redirect to a specific login page or something like that. I don't want to do any of the redirecting from the API endpoint because this is just, it's all data. It's all data, not actual like views or user flow. Yeah, and that's a good point, the Sheboss. Authentication is who are you? And so in this case, this is kind of like, this is authentication. Well, authentication is like you're logging in because you are a specific user. And then later on, authorization is what can you do? And in this case, we're saying if you're logged in, you're allowed to access the specific stuff. So at this point, because we're setting the user, if we have a valid token, it's going to be set. Now, let's take a look at this tool, the JSON Web Token Debugger, that has an example token. So like this is a valid token for this example that has like John Doe inside of it and stuff. So I could take this valid token and I could put that here. I want this. But because this token was not generated using my secret, it should still fail. We still get an unauthorized. And if we look at the errors, we see invalid signature. So this is a different error from invalid token. Invalid token just wasn't formatted in the right way. Like it didn't have the right signature or a body. It wasn't base 64 encoded. Invalid signature means my backend attempted to validate this token against my JSON Web Token secret. Let's show these secrets. Which in this case is this big long value here. And when I deploy this app, I would use a different value because anyone that has access to this value could generate valid tokens. So yeah. But because the token that I passed in was not signed using this secret, my API rejects it. It's like, okay, it was a valid token, but it wasn't signed using the secret. Now, let's get a valid token, and we have an auth route. So we'll do a new request. We'll say login. And this will be a post request against API v1 auth. Actually, don't know what the route is. API v1 auth sign in like this. I need to specify the secret at the verify method. I am. I'll show you. right here. So verify is taking in the token we're trying to verify and the secret that it's using to verify that. And then I'm calling jwt.verify right here in the middleware. Okay, so it should be auth/signin. And then I need a... oh, that's an issue. So actually, you don't need to be signed in to access the auth route. And I need to fix that because right now I put that middleware there and you can't even get to the sign-in route unless you're logged in. So I do need to fix that. If we look back at our app here, we can see that I registered it here. Really what I need to do is I need to go into the API and then only register it on the ones that actually need it. So I need it like right here. Need it here. Not there. I don't want to put it on auth because anyone should be able to sign up or log in. Need it here. And then I need to import it in. Why is this complaining? Middlewares. Cool. We're going to lock all routes, including the auth routes. Yeah, I mean, we don't want to do that. So now that I'm not including that middleware on here, I should be able to hit the sign-in route. But now it should just complain about, yes, we have a validation error. So we need an email and a password in the body of the request, which is going to be a JSON request. So we have email. And then we have a password, which I don't know because it was generated when we seeded the database. I might need to reseed in order to get that password. Yeah, we're going to reseed. So if I do npm run seed, it should... the way we wrote it, I believe it should have wiped all of the tables, reinserted everything, and then now we have this generated password. So this is just generated when the seeds run. But now I can pass that in as my password. Okay, here we go. Password must contain a special character. Password must contain an uppercase letter. No, let me just update my seeds. The backend is too secure. Yeah. The password is going to be the letter A plus this plus a question mark. Okay, we'll see it again. There we go. So now it has an uppercase letter and a special character. Here we go. Sweet. So I got back a response that has the user object of this given user, and awaited. Thank you very much for the 26-month resub. And then I get back the token. So the I feel you, Revolt. Like, I think you're right. Like the login route. But here's the thing. The login route is validating the body before it even touches the database. So it's giving us that error because the payload is wrong, not that it's checking the password against the database. But I see what you're saying, that really we should just say bad password. We shouldn't validate it, but it's really even a check that, like, it doesn't even hit my database until we're past a valid password. Though you could say that like this is a potential like denial of service possibility, because people could wait, why is doc in there? Oh, because users didn't have a name yet, I guess. But it's possible that someone could pass in like a really bad, a really jank password that could make these regular expressions run for a really long time. I miss Doc too. I sent him an email. I sent him a Discord message. Hopefully he's doing all right. Yeah, I haven't heard from him in a long time. So this is what is giving us that password error. Now, the thing is, for sign-in, maybe it makes sense to not run it against this. Let's add it to do, and maybe say we'll think about it. To do. Should we validate password with regex on sign-in? Hey, Alka. That's true, Andrew. You make a great point. So if you change the password validation requirements, now people can't log in anymore if they have an older password. Yeah. Changes would affect old users. Okay, regardless of all of that, we now have ourselves a token. And this is a valid token that was generated using the specific secret for my backend. And so now, if I pass this in as the token, it should be valid, and I should be able to get back companies. It is. So essentially what happened there is the incoming request first went through this set user from token if valid middleware. So this middleware looked at the header, pulled off the token, verified it against my given secret, and then specified that, or put that on the request as the user object. And then when we were getting to this route on /companies, we wanted to validate that the user was logged in. So it actually went through this middleware that saw that rec.user had been set because the token was valid, and then we were able to go on to the next route. So that's great. One thing we could do, though, and this gets rid of the statelessness of it, is instead of just pulling the token off and trusting it here, we could maybe verify user against DB. This is this longer stateless. If we did that. But great. Now we can actually use the user ID in the request. So one thing we could do is, let's say for the user's endpoint, let's see what routes we have. So yeah, users just lists every user in the database. What if we don't want to do that? What if you could only get back your specific user when you request here? I think for this specific system, all users in the system are at least available to everyone else. But let's create that middleware really quick just to show how you would do it. And this gets down to like further fine-grained authorization. So now so we know that this code will never run unless the user is logged in. So if you look at how we registered it, we need to go back to all the API routes. So because we registered the user's router like this, no request will get in here unless they have a valid token. All right. Now, at this point, we know that this code will not run unless rec.user is a thing, which means we could use it in our request. So now I could say where the user's ID is rec.user.id. And now when I request against this endpoint, I'm only going to get back my user ID. So if I logged in as someone else, I wouldn't get the other user's ID. And let's check that out. So now if I make the request to, let's actually duplicate this. We'll say get users. And this is just going to make a request against users. We see that we only get myself. Let's sign up as a different user to show that when that user makes the request, they're only going to get themselves back as well. So we'll call this sign up. CJ at coding.garden, secret 1, 2, 3, exclamation mark. Sign up. Name is a required field. Go. Cool. So now I've signed up as a different user, the user with ID 4, and I have a different token. So now you can see how one specific endpoint returns different data depending on the authorization. So right now I'm authorized as CJ at null.computer. So when I request this data, I'm only getting back the user with my ID, the logged in user's ID. But if I change that token, now I only get back the user with ID 4, which is CJ at coding.garden. So we're essentially returning different data depending on who is making that request. Like I said, though, this is a little bit silly. I do think I want to allow everyone to request all other users. So now if I do that, you can just get all users in the system. But yeah, and so let's actually look at the token that I've generated now. So we can see that the expiration is 1 day. And we can see that the token has the ID, name, and email when it was issued and when it expired. Now, it could be argued that email is not something you would want to include in a token. And I'm going to make that argument right now, and I'm going to remove it from the token. I'm really lucky to have bought that null.computer domain. So whenever we issue a token, which is on sign-in, I'm not going to include the user's email. And this gets into best practices of JSON Web Tokens. Basically, your JSON Web Token should have as a minimal amount of properties as possible. One, because it's sent in every request, so you're reducing the amount of data sent in every request. But also, if some hacker were able to get rid of, or not get rid of, get a hold of that token, now they also have all the data inside of it. JWT should be null. Stop it, Tara. What? We're doing our best, okay? We're doing our best. So if we look at our auth route, for whenever we sign in, we can see where we generate the payload here. So now I'm actually just going to remove email from the token itself. So now when users log in, it only has their ID and name. And then later on, we could add other information that's not secret. You would never put passwords in here. Basically, if someone were to get a hold of this token, we don't want them to have extra stuff. So we don't have emails, we don't have passwords. What we could have are like roles. So eventually, if we do role-based authentication, we could have an array of roles like admin, like this, or something like list users. We could come up with how we're going to do that. Yeah, and then so any other property we have is something that we could use on the front end without making a request to the back end. So if we have the user's name here, we could display that name in a nav bar without making a request for the given user. However, we could create an endpoint that is just /me, and then that just returns the user's endpoint. Let's do that really quick. So right now we have this users router, and then this is /me, and because I know I have to be logged in to request this thing, I can do where ID is my logged in user ID, and I can also say first. So that'll only give us back one instead of giving us back an array. So now if I go to user/me, we get this does a database lookup to use the token to actually find that user in the database. That said, let's sign in again to get a new token. Now we can see we're getting back like these roles. Again, I would store these in a database and like do a lookup on them. So if we look at this, say like to do get roles from DB. But if we look at this token that got generated now, it doesn't have any identifiable information. There's no email, nothing else like that. Cool. Cool. But let's also show you something else. So let's say I generate a token that has this information inside of it, right? I already kind of talked about this, but the fact that this token right here was generated using a different secret, my backend is not going to accept this token. So even though this token has ID 3, name CJ, if I send this to my backend, it will not accept it. Let's do it here. Unauthorized. And if we look at the actual server error, it has a bad signature. So again, we're validating that token against our specific secret. That type of personal information should be included in an OIDC response, right? What's an OIDC response? OpenID Connect. Ooh. I'm not familiar with it. Don't know. Cool. Am I hashing the IDs? What do you mean by that? Like the user ID? In my case, I'm just using the unsigned integer ID from the database. But yeah. Investimare is saying Bitbucket, for example, holds email information about logged in user in the session token in cookies. Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing is, like, if you're storing the token in a cookie and that cookie is signed and that cookie is HTTP only, meaning JavaScript can't access it, I think it's okay to have more like secure information inside of that token. But if that token is being stored in somewhere like local storage or somewhere where malicious JavaScript could get access to it, that's why you would avoid putting other types of stuff inside of it. Oh, the IDs are sequential, but in this specific application, it doesn't matter as much that they are sequential. That's not a security issue. Yeah, and we're not using refresh tokens, but I think we will do it next time. I'll need to look into it. But that's I'm going to end this here today. So ultimately today we just wrote a couple of middlewares that block or protect the route so that you have to be logged in. Next time, which will probably be next Thursday, we will implement refresh tokens. I'll do some research. I'll figure out the best possible way to do it, and then we will do it. Let's add another to-do here. To-do. Refresh tokens. Yeah, I mean, we're pretty far away from creating a front end for all of this. I mean, I guess not. I mean, now that we have login and routes are protected, we could make a very basic app that just logs in. And yeah, I'm going to do my best to try to implement stateless refresh tokens, Terawatt. Yeah. Yeah, and so someone asked, why am I using Connects? This app we wrote 2 years ago. That's why I'm using Connects. Also, I mean, I would still use Connects today. It depends. But also I'm using Objection, which is an ORM built on top of Connect. So I do have models like this. So the code you're looking at actually is Objection. It just looks a lot like Connects because there is Connect stuff happening under the hood. I haven't heard of JWEs. Yeah, tomorrow we're doing Dino and Fresh. And that's an app where we're not implementing our own login. We're using Auth. What is JWE? It's mentioned 132 times on this page. JSON Web Token secure? It's like an encrypted token? Huh. I'll have to look into it. Yeah. Yeah, so last time for Dino Fresh, we designed the database. Now we need to actually create the models. Is that why you use the troll emote? You're like, have fun trying to get that database working. Okay. Yeah, I think we're good here. So we did a whole lot of talking today, not that much coding. We did talk about middlewares. Hopefully, I'm going to try my best, Terawatt. We're going to get that thing implemented to the best of my ability. But hopefully you learned a little bit of something. Maybe you learned about middlewares. Maybe you learned a little bit more about JSON Web Tokens. I will say that I have more work to do to make sure that we're doing JSON Web Tokens in the best possible way if you were to implement them in your app. Don't follow this code right now. We've got things to do. But we did talk about some of the best practices. One of the best practices several people have mentioned is expires in. Like right now we have a 24-hour token. It would be better if we had a lower expiration. So like 30 minutes. But if we have a lower expiration, that means we need some kind of refresh token. Meaning if the user is still using the app within those 30 minutes, and let's say 29 minutes go by, at the 29-minute-ish mark, we should give them a new token that expires in 20 minutes. And Terawatt is saying even lower than that, 5 minutes. But actually, let's for now, let's just see an example of it. I'm going to set it to 1 minute. So let's get a new token. And then now this token is going to expire in 1 minute. So I can make this request right now, but in 1 minute's time, it's going to stop letting me do that because the token will then be invalidated. We'll get there one day. Yeah, I'll push this code up as well. Oh, I totally forgot to check the GitHub issues. Is it 60 seconds yet? Did I save the file? I did save the file, okay. Yeah, and I think that's another good point, One Computer Guy, is like, if the token you're issuing is for like a very privileged user, then it does make sense to have a lower expiration time because you don't want those tokens to exist forever. But if there we go, finally. So because 1 minute has passed, I can't use this token anymore, which is a good thing, right? We're showing that expired tokens cannot be used in our app. So yeah, a privileged user would have a lower expiration time than just a regular user. However, in this app, the way I'm coding it is basically everyone is a privileged user. Like if we wanted the structure to have, let's say, I mean, and this would make sense for an inventory system for like a store, right? You don't want any average employee to be able to go in and change certain properties in the data, but an admin or like a shift manager might be able to do that. And in that case, we would have other fields that would help us, and probably like a roles table as well, that would help us limit what specific users could do. But yeah. In Africa, every 60 seconds, a minute passes. That's also true in America and every other country. In a world where everyone is special, no one is. Yeah. Okay. That's all I got. I will push this code up. The plan is to keep working on this next Thursday. So if you enjoyed this, tune in next Thursday. Tomorrow, we're going to be working on something completely different. So if this is legacy code, what we're working on tomorrow is bleeding edge. We're working with Dino and Fresh. So 2 weeks ago, we started working on an app that uses this framework, which is pretty new. And it's based on top of Dino. Not this, Dino. And it's been a fun time. So, like, I have a feeling that we might actually have to make some pull requests against the libraries that we're using because it is new stuff. So that might happen next time. And also, we're going to be implementing some database models next time as well. You can check out the repo here. But that is as for tomorrow. And so yeah, tomorrow we're going to be doing some schema validation, defining some models, and then letting users log in and out. So that'll be fun. Tune in for that. Thank you everyone for hanging out. This has been super fun. I appreciate you. We're going on a raid. Check out the raid messages here. If you're a sub, you can use this message. And if you're not a sub, you can use this message. You also can come up with your own raid message. Thank you for all the supports today. A ton of gifts. Thank you for everybody that rated. Thank you for all the bits. You all are great. Appreciate you. See you tomorrow. Tune in tomorrow. Oh yeah, you can check out the... Do we have a calendar command? I think it's schedule. Check out the calendar here. You can add it to your calendar, and it'll tell you when I go live. Also, subscribe on YouTube if you haven't. I would really appreciate it. And also, join my mailing list if you haven't. I would really appreciate it. All right, I'm gone. I don't know who we're going to raid, but whoever we do, show them lots of love. Drop a follow if you like what they're doing. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this. All right, we're heading over to raid Cassidy. I think she has follower only, but it's worth the follow. She's great. Have a good time over there.